Good morning, colleagues. I hereby call this meeting to order. Clerk Bonner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The Attorney Brown.
Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending or potential litigation, real estate, and personnel.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Voting.
Hey, Madam Clerk.
That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're hereby joined to executive session. All right. Are we live? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank y'all for being here. I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, we'll request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion. I had 2 seconds. Who was first? Commissioner?
Commissioner McKnight.
Commissioner McKnight. There are no further discussions. Voting.
Opening and closing the meeting.
Mr. Lewis, Mr. Bobby Williams. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Singing today. Look at him.
All right. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any motions out of the closed door session we need to address?
Yes, sir. We will request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Linda McQueen in the aggregate amount of $90,000 payable as follows. Linda McQueen and Joshua Tucker as her attorney, further authorizing the administrator to disperse this amount of $90,000, waiving Augusta, Georgia codes of ordinances, sections in conflict for this instance only and for other purposes.
So moved.
So I have a first.
Mr. Franham and Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Bobby
All right.
Williams.
Madam Clerk, voting.
Ms. Johnson? Okay, you're not voting. Okay. All right. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson not voting.
Attorney Brown, are there any additional motions?
There's nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Attorney Brown. Before we move over to the committee meetings, if we can we get the ladies from Aquinas High School into the chambers? Okay, yeah, I got a couple. Then after that, you'll do
That's good.
that. And while we're waiting on the ladies from the state champion Aquinas female soccer team, I want to wish everybody a National Travel and Tourism Week. This morning, I was presented a $44 million check on behalf of the Destination Augusta Group for champions that have invested in our community through conferences and events and a lot of other things. Thank you. $44,500,000 and some change. If it's okay with my colleagues on the commission, I'm adding this to a special call meeting without objection. Are there any objections? Without objection. Thank you.
Let's go fighting Irish.
No objection.
No objection.
Fighting Irish.
All right. All right. Yeah, after you read it. Ladies, we thank y'all for being here. Now, on behalf of this commission, I'm going to have the Honorable Madam Clerk, Lena Bonner, to read a proclamation, and we're going to come down and present them to you.
The City of Augusta, proclamation in recognition of Aquinas High School girls soccer. Whereas Aquinas High School is a Catholic college prep private school located in Augusta, Georgia, as a Christian school, they emphasize high moral and ethical standards and strive for an integration of spirit, mind, and body in each student. And whereas the Fighting Irish dominated the playoffs this year, earning a first-round bye, they outscored their first three playoff opponents 26-0 on the way to the state championship game. Aquinas believes that through sports, students learn to work hard, depend on each other, and dig deep when they are struggling. We play to win every time, but we need to know how to conduct ourselves with grace and dignity, regardless of the weather, the officiating, or the outcome. And whereas the determination and perhaps frustration of the struggles from last season pushed the Irish ahead, Aquinas dominated the two 10-minute overtime periods, finding their way back up the net 3 times for a convincing 5-2 win. And whereas Aquinas' schoolgirls soccer team finished an undefeated season, 14-0, by winning the Georgia High School Association 1A D2 state championship, beating Towns County 5-2 in overtime. And now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor of the City of Augusta, do hereby proclaim May 2nd as Aquinas High School Girls Soccer Day. In witness thereof, I have unto set my hand and caused the seal of Augusta, Georgia, to be affixed this 9th day of May, 2023. Congratulations.
We're going to take this a step further. Make sure I got this turned on. Now, we're going to take this a step further. Without objection from my colleagues, I'm going to ask each of you just to introduce yourself, your position, and what your classification is. All right? So I'm going to start on the end, and I need y'all to just move this way just a little bit for me, okay? All right. All right, young lady. You get us started.
I'm Landry Minton. I'm a senior, and I'm one of the captains of the Aquinas girls soccer team.
My name is Amelia Donald. I'm a junior, and I'm a midfielder.
My name's Anna Kate White. I'm a sophomore and I'm a center back.
My name is Elle Morris. I'm a sophomore and I'm a striker.
My name is Landry Washington. I'm a junior and I'm a captain on the soccer team.
My name's Emma Kate Nogle and I'm a junior and I'm outside back.
My name is Katie Welsh. I'm a junior, and I'm a goalkeeper.
My name is Alex Lowline. I'm a sophomore and I'm a sweeper.
My name is Elizabeth Elliott. I'm a freshman, and I'm a midfielder.
My name is Mary Bryn Chappell. I'm a senior, and I'm a striker.
Wow. Moving on.
My name is Millie Glad. I'm a sophomore, and I'm a forward and a midfielder.
My name's Audrey Claire Hogg. I'm a freshman, and I'm a goalkeeper.
My name is Lucy Heimerman. I am a junior, and I am the student manager.
My name is Abby Theobald, and I'm a freshman, and I'm an outside back.
My name is Wynn Brigham. I'm a freshman, and I'm a striker.
My name is Caroline Jackson. I'm a captain, and I'm a center midfielder, and I'm a senior.
You're a senior? Wow. I need you to come a little bit further for me.
I'm Emma Glad. I'm a senior, and I'm a defensive mid.
I'm Jillian. I'm a senior, and I'm a striker and a forward.
Thank you so much. I want to introduce the coaches. Coaches, can you come forward, and parents, please?
I'm Melissa Minton, and I'm the faculty coach.
I'm Riley Washington. I'm one of the coaches. I'm also alumni of Aquinas.
Andre Jarvis. I'm a coach, and my daughter is an alumni.
Yep. Sean Brandis. I'm also a coach. My daughter's also an alumni.
One more round of applause, guys. Thank y'all so much for being here. Great work. Let me apologize to my colleagues on the commission. I wanted to add this to next week's agenda, but as I understand, half these ladies are scattering. They're out of school, and they're going to be going all over the place. So thank y'all for being here today. And I have one more invitation. So as you know, this weekend we're having an air show put on by the Air Force and the Great Thunderbirds. You guys have been extended an opportunity to join for a private flight seminar, some of everything on Friday afternoon, if your schedule permits. You guys have been invited to a private session at the air show if you so should choose to attend. So thank you all again. We look forward to great things. Have a great weekend.
Thank
you. Okay. It's probably too late. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Good job, y'all.
You good?
Yep. Are we
Yeah,
ready to
we got
call?
one more thing. We got one more thing. Got one more point of privilege for a commissioner from the fourth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we have the representatives from the Augusta Utilities team? Are they in here? Augusta Utilities, they're in the hallway. They're in the lobby. Well, they do have all these great things that they've passed out. No.
You walked right into that one.
To that. We can have the Augusta Utilities come down front, please, and if you would just face this wonderful audience down here. Let's bring our Augusta Utilities team down. They're the ones you saw in the hallway giving out all the goodies. So if I could, please, for more than 40 years, the American Water Works Association has used Drinking Water Week as a unique opportunity for both water professionals and the communities they serve to recognize the vital role water plays in our daily lives. Augusta Utilities Department is a member of the American Water Works Association and is celebrating Drinking Water Week from May 7th to May 12th. Water serves as an essential purpose to health, hydration, and hygiene needs for the quality of life of our citizens. It delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy and quality of life we enjoy. The hard work performed by the more than 250 employees of the Augusta Utilities and the entire water sector includes designing capital projects, operators ensuring the safety and quality of drinking water, members of our construction and maintenance crew maintaining the infrastructure communities rely on to transport high-quality drinking water from the Savannah River to the homes and businesses of the Augusta-Richmond County. Let us all join in with Augusta Utilities team and celebrate the service of Augusta Utilities and all in the water industry for the countless hours, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that they contribute to providing clean and safe drinking water. Can we please give them a big round of applause? We thank you.
Thank you, guys. Director Bonds and crew, thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Mason. With that being our last piece of business, I consider this special session closed. Wait a second. District 7, Commissioner, before.
I'm ready to start my
You ready to start? All right. We're hereby adjourned. Turned over to committee meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call public services to order. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. If there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, and number 12. That's 5 through 12 to consent. Can I get a motion to that effect, please?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner. Question: is 1 and 2 companion items, or do they need to be separate? Do you know?
I think there were 2 separate requests, but of course you can take them as companion. They're dealing with the same subject matter.
Committee, are y'all okay with companion on 1 and 2? Okay. All right, so we'll start number 1 then.
Presentation by the Augusta Rowing Club regarding options of alternate boathouse location for the Augusta Rowing Club. Options were requested by the commission Item number 2 is to receive as information several recommendations from the Augusta Rowing Club for temporary housing of the rowing club.
Okay.
Mr. McDowell, I think he's.
Is the rowing club presenting or is Director McDowell presenting?
Item number 1 is from the rowing club.
Yep.
And item number 2 is from the recreation department.
Okay,
so.
if we can have the rowing club first, and then we'll have the director second. I don't see him right this second, so. Oh, okay, he's back there. Ma'am, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Megan Buckaloo, MEGAN, BUCKALEW, 2224 Raven Drive, North Augusta.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. At the March 21st commission meeting, this committee was tasked with determining a path forward to determine a location or new facility for the Augusta Rowing Club and to present those options back to the commission within 30 days. We are now at day 48 and no meeting with official Augusta Rowing Club representatives and the Director of Parks and Rec have occurred. One meeting with a parent, Parks and Rec, and the Augusta Sports Council did occur, but the official Augusta Rowing Club representatives were not invited. Because of that, the Augusta Rowing Club and Augusta Sports Council have developed a presentation that includes the facility needs of the rowing club to continue to operate as we currently are. This presentation also, I believe it was attached to the agenda, and this is what it should look like.
I'm sorry, do we have that to put up on the screen, or do you not have it to put up on the screen? On a thumb drive or anything?
I didn't.
Okay.
But it's attached to the
sure.
agenda.
Yeah, it is.
And it was emailed to all commissioners, the mayor, the city administrator, and the Director of Parks and Rec in mid-April.
Colleagues, it's in your books under number 2.
The presentation also includes 5 locations of potential locations for a new boathouse facility. There are also 2 examples of facilities that would meet our needs, and these facilities are existing boathouses in other areas. So the options in the presentation come with a significant cost, and as the rowing club sees it, the committee has 2 paths forward. 1, work with the club and help choose a new location and facility. This will allow us to continue rowing, hosting regattas, host winter and spring training crews, and continue to bring in $1 million+ in economic impact annually. The second option would be to revisit the option of remediating the rowing portion only of the current boathouse facility. A recent estimate on paper that shows the remediation of the downstairs area only would be approximately $300,000, not the $580,000 to $6 million to restore the entire facility. That was a cost not based on documented estimates or a defined scope of work. The city would also need to have all plumbing and electrical inspected and restored to working order and develop a plan to prevent future pipe freezing and bursting from happening again. This option would have a shorter timeline and allow the club to continue rowing, hosting regattas, and training crews, and bring in our $1 million+ economic impact. How soon will there be a decision and movement on a path forward and a facility for the club? Every day without a decision is a day the club is closer to losing our regatta and visiting training crews, and the city is closer to losing economic impact. Now, $1 million+ may not be a lot to you, but I'm sure it is to the small businesses, hotels, and restaurants in your districts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mason has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for you in terms of your funding. Do you all do any type of fundraising or have any other funds that come in that help assist you with your operations?
Our major fundraising event is the Head of the South Regatta, held every November, and that is in jeopardy every day that there's not a decision made.
Okay, now I understand that, but I'm trying to just find out, from the type of funding that you all, or fundraising that you all do throughout the year. So you said the major ones in November. Is there others that you do as well?
Yes, assist with hosting regattas at Langley Pond in Aiken County. We make money off of those. We get some money from member dues, but not the majority that we need to maintain operating. We also have some sponsors that make donations, but most of that goes to running the regattas.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
I want to hear Mr. McDowell.
Okay, let's see if Commissioner Guilfoyle has a question for her first.
Yes, I appreciate you coming before us again. The footprint, I'm trying to see it, I got a reflection from the light. Minimum footprint is 12,150 square feet is what you're asking for?
Yes, if you'll hold on and let me bring up our coach, Brad Holdren.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
He can answer questions specifically about the facilities. Okay.
Brad, if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Brad Holdren, 1617 Georgia Avenue, North Augusta.
Okay.
Brad, my question was, your minimum footprint that you need is 12,150 square feet, which you give the clear breakdown of each room. What is the square footage that you had underneath this first floor of the boathouse?
The first floor of the boathouse would be everything in the breakdown, office, minus the office with surface area, the upstairs meeting room. So the 60 by 90 with the shells, the workshop area, and the fitness room downstairs are the main areas.
So the footprint of that building, it should be somewhere around 24,300 square feet?
Correct. I'm sorry. No.
Is the footprint on the bottom same footprint on top for the coverage? Is that correct?
No, because we only have part of the top area. The bulk of the top area was for rentals for the city.
Right. But I'm saying the entire building is that much square footage.
Correct.
Wow. And matter of fact, that somebody has shot me some aerial views of that building. I would never realized the bottom.
It's a massive building.
Okay. I would like to hear from the director, but I would like to hear from you as far as once he speaks.
Sure.
To come back up to, because we're going to need some insight, need some advice, so we could get this path moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other question for Brad before the director comes?
Yeah, let me ask one. Sir, I wanna help and I wanna make things happen for you guys and what have you. But I'm just sitting here and I guess I'm assuming, are you all expecting Augusta to give you all the money that's needed?
Not necessarily. However, this is this would be the equivalent of a disaster happening in an apartment building, and then the landlord expecting the tenant to pick up the tab to clean it up.
Okay.
We lease this space, and it's not in good working order now because of the disaster.
Okay, so just give me a round figure, something that you think Augusta could use to help you guys.
300,000 would get the building cleaned up and get us functioning, because there's been a lot of talk about tearing it down and building a new building, but as we know, that's a long, long way off in the future.
Well, and that's what's kind of giving me a problem. If you do 300,000, you tear a building down for another, I don't know, 600,000-700,000, then you try to build it back up for another 3 or 4 million. You're going back and forth. I just don't know. Thank you.
Correct, but you're also several years away from tearing down or rebuilding under the best of circumstances. And this whole problem could have been alleviated back in January for far less money, and nobody acted when they were supposed to.
I understand, but we are where we are.
Correct.
Right now, and I just don't see spending 300,000, then tearing it down after you build it up, clean it up, for 600,000-700,000. then you got to rebuild the same thing. I don't know what we can come up with. You know, I'm on board with helping. I just don't know which way to go right now. I do want to hear from Mr. McDowell,
Sure.
Chairman.
Sure. Director McDowell, if you could come forward, please. Can you set the stage of kind of the discussions that have had, where you're at, and maybe any recommendations?
So on the onset, let me just say this. There hasn't been a meeting with Parks and Recreation with any group where anybody was excluded. So I'm not sure where that notion came from. All our meetings have been scheduled primarily through the administrative office. We've had several meetings with the rowing club, various members. We've had meetings to include the Augusta Sports Council and my department. And each one of those meetings, there was a representative there from the rowing club. So I'm not sure where that notion even came about, that we're meeting, we're excluding, we're not communicating. At the last commission meeting, this body elected to have that facility demoed. And upon that, we had discussions with the rowing club to come back with recommendations, as they have done so in their presentation, as to options, temporary and long-term. And that's what they've done. The next step was for them to come back to present that to this body, and for this body to make a decision if we want to go with option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending upon what they've stated. Now, in meeting with the rowing club and other groups, there have been some conversation about the building can be salvaged. According to our essential services director, they've had the building assessed. There's a fair amount mold in that facility that's going to require a lot of money to remediate, beyond the $300,000, and that's just to remediate the mold before we start doing anything to it structurally. Those are the numbers that we've been given from our essential services, our team. So I'm not sure what else they want Parks and Recreation to do. We've fulfilled all our obligations in terms of taking on any costs, any ancillary costs they're absorbing now in terms of having to utilize those portalets and so forth and so on. We've done our due diligence. We're exhausting our funds and resources to assist them, but ultimately a decision has to be made by this body as to which direction you want us to go. And once you make that decision, then we'll all have a clear path as to which direction we should be moving. But I want to make it clear, Parks and Recreation has worked with and continue to work with not only Rowing Club, but the Sports Council, who have been at every one of our meetings.
So was there options discussed in those meetings from our side to help them?
Again, we don't have the facilities to meet their needs. They understood their needs better than we did, so we asked them to provide us options for this body to take under consideration. If you look at some of those options, there may be some discrepancy about who owns what property, and in some of those cases, one of those options is not even public space, so you have to do some land acquisition to even get that property before you can actually even build on it. So again, the commission has to give us direction as to what you want us to do and what those costs would be, and then we can move forward in that vein.
Okay.
Parks and Rec only has about $580,000 that was allocated in SPLOST 7 for the boathouse. So those are funds that we do have in our coffers, but again, whatever direction you all give us around those numbers is what we can do budgetarily.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Well, I'm just sitting here trying to figure out exactly what direction we can go in. I'm just not sure that we're ready to spend $300,000 to fix something.
All right.
I mean, do we need more conversation on this, or what?
Well, I think containers were talked about a month ago, and we hadn't had that conversation yet up here today. And I want to hear from, I guess, the administrator. I think she's maybe looked into that as well. But let's continue the dialogue and see if we can get somewhere. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Maurice, you said that you had many meetings with the rowing club since we had our discussion last. Was that in person?
Absolutely. The rowing club And Augusta Sports Council, if Miss Michelle was here, she could tell you, she attended all our meetings, and a rowing club member.
Okay,
attended our
because I believe the young lady that came before us, there has been no discussion with the department.
Well, she stated that,
and
but that's not
where you
factual.
talked about providing options, wouldn't that discussing the options be presented to you for y'all to have your, like you had so many meetings, wouldn't that been discussed in y'all's meetings?
The options that this body elected in the path forward was for the rowing club to bring back options to this body. This body has already made a decision to demo the building.
So why do you have the meetings for?
We met with them to take care of any ancillary issues or concerns they had as their current makeup.
How many times you have, how many meetings did you have?
We've had at least 2 to 3 meetings with them.
Can you provide us the dates?
Absolutely.
Okay. The second thing is you exhausting funds and resources. What funds have we expelled besides portalettes, which is $110 a month?
It's more than that. We're spending about $4,000 a month. I'll provide you the receipts for those too if you need those.
Okay. All right. So 1 month, 2 months, this has been come up, so $8,000. Did we get connexes for them?
Did we get what?
Did we get Connex storage containers for them to put their boats in?
We have not. Again, the rowing club was supposed to provide that information for us and then for this body to make a decision because we didn't know what the costs associated with that per month. They know what their needs were when we last met at this chamber. They knew what their needs were, and they were to bring back those options and the cost so the body can make a decision to say, this is what we want to expend for whatever time frame, however much that would cost per month.
Out of your 2 to 3 meetings that you had, that name never came up as a discussion?
Again, we met with the rowing club, and the instruction was for them to come back before this body to say, here's how much it's going to cost us per month. I can't make that decision because once the funds are expended and they're gone, they still going to have a need. Hence why they're before you with a short-term plan and a long-term plan. If we're going to demo the building, they have to have somewhere for the next 3 to 4 or 5 years. We can't afford that.
What is your suggestion?
My suggestion is for this body to review the options that they presented to you and make a decision so we will know which way to go.
So your department hasn't done anything besides requesting information from the rowing club and paying $4,000 a month for portalettes?
And that's what this body instructed us to do moving forward.
I'm lost with all these meetings that y'all had and nothing came out of it. Mr. Chairman, beside myself trying to figure this one out.
Yeah.
I think we were suggested on the last meeting because the Augusta Rowing Club did have a lease with Augusta Richmond County, and the gentleman was correct, and he put a perfect example as far as the apartment, that if a tenant's lease an apartment from a whoever, the landlord, and one of the apartments catch on fire and everybody has to be removed, the landlord's going to be responsible or have some kind of.
Yeah. Okay. I hear you.
I would like to hear back from the rowing club after we have discussion with the director.
Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. And actually, I think some of my questions are for the rowing club, so if we want to circle back when they come back up. But I do have one question for Director McDowell. Currently, and I think we've discussed this before, but under the current terms, under the lease or whatever that we had with the Augusta Rowing Club, how much do they pay to use that facility?
0.
Okay. I was just trying to understand the correlation earlier about basically an apartment lease, tenant and all that. So has there ever been any contributions to the facility?
I can't speak to that for the iteration of that lease agreement. The lease agreement calls for $1 a year, which has been typical for our leases, but we haven't, to my knowledge, received any of those funds. I can't say whether or not they added any type of capital improvements to their areas or not over the course of the life of that lease. So, but to my knowledge, that's, the answer would be 0.
All right, and when the big Head of the South Regatta takes place, how much of an economic impact is that to our area? Do we have those figures?
Again, I will rely on what the Sports Council office give us in terms of numbers.
She's not here today.
Okay.
She's out of town on conference.
Can I circle back around when?
Yep. All right. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really isn't for the director. It's more for, if I can bring up Central Services Interim Director. If you would, please, Ron. Got a couple of questions for him because my colleague here, Commissioner Williams, brought up a couple of good points in terms of what it would cost, and I thought I heard a number of $300,000 thrown out there, but I also thought that if in fact that's to take care of the bottom, then you would also need to take care of the top, so that mold wouldn't flow up. I don't know if that's correct or not, but can you speak to this situation and what your knowledge of it is?
Yes, that would be correct. She did mention the remediation of the bottom, that they have a price quote for $300,000. But in order for you to remediate the bottom, you would still have to remediate the top, or else the mold would spread back to the bottom as it has done, because it originated from the top in the beginning. So you looking at, again, the $300,000 plus whatever it is at the top now to have that remediation done.
Okay, well, with that being said, do we know a cost figure, or we talk roughly in the same arena? Or
about a month or so ago, when we first came up to get the remediation done, we were looking at about a cost of $500,000. Then, of course,
$500,000. Right.
Of course, at this time, because like you said, $300 for the bottom, it's comparable space at the top. And so you still looking at another $200,000 to $300,000 for the top. That was a month ago. The mold has continued to spread. We did have the building tested for asbestos as well, so that came back negative. So we're good on that point. But like I said, the longer it sits, the worse the numbers are going to be.
Okay, so do you have any suggestions or anything in terms of moving forward and what to do with our responsibility that we have in terms of the housing and whatnot?
Right. The meeting a month ago, Central Services was tasked with getting some demolition numbers.
Whoa. Before you go further, the meeting a month ago with who?
With the commission meeting.
Oh, it's the commission. I just want to make sure, because there's a lot of meetings going on here.
So we did get some remediation numbers. I mean, some demolition numbers. I had 2 vendors go out and take a look at the building, give me a price range that would be if we were to bid it out. So even for demolition, we're looking at about $200,000 to $400,000 for a demolition. That doesn't include a rebuild, of course. We also, which was my 2 recommendations, was we either gonna demo and build from scratch, or we would get the remediation done and then do an upgrade of the building itself, which is where we at now, probably looking at about $3 million or so with the prices that we are now, because we have the mold remediation that needs to be done, which is upwards of $500,000 now. You have the deck renovations and the pilings that need to be done, which is another $1 million. So, and then whatever remediation is, which that would, right now I've heard that the mold has went under the floors, in the walls. So you're talking about stripping the building down basically and putting it back together. So it just depends on where this body wants to put the money. And talking to some, having conversations with some people from the rowing club, some phone conversations, they are against us tearing it down because of how long it would take. But at this point, I mean, we kind of, cost-wise, where we are, I mean, it makes more sense just to start from scratch. I did have conversation with Director McDowell on some housing possibilities for the rowing club. The county doesn't have a comparable building that size to house those boats or whatever, so they were to look for some outside entities that we may be able to help them with. So,
okay, and I have some clarity there. So you're really talking about maybe upwards of $600,000 for any type of remediation to go on versus the $300,000 that that was mentioned. So now that our cost has increased exponentially. Also, and I can understand the rowing club's position in terms of not wanting it torn down, but that's a decision that we're going to make up here on this commission, and did make it actually in terms of demolition. So unfortunately, it goes against your will, but there's the will of this commission to go in that direction. So now the question is our responsibility. So they've paid what, $1 a month? How is that going?
Yeah. Right. According to the lease agreement that they have, I believe they should pay $1 a year and be responsible for the maintenance of the building.
Okay, $1 a year, and be responsible for the maintenance of the building.
Right. They were responsible for maintenance of the building as well.
Well, no.
According to the lease agreement, yes.
For their lease.
Are we sure about that? Is that
That's
that's
correct
a
for the
correct
attorney.
statement?
Okay, whoa. Hold on. All right.
Okay, so yeah, let me finish here. So the lease was $1. First of all, we're all good on that. We have the same.
From my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then there was a responsibility in the contract for maintenance.
Right, for some of the maintenance of the.
Did it specify what maintenance?
I don't know if it's just for their area or the entire building. It may just have been for their area.
Do we have any, if I could ask the administrator or legal, do we have any knowledge of what maintenance that was the responsibility of the rowing?
Administrator.
That information will be contained in their lease agreement, and I don't have that information with me.
Commissioner Mason?
Hold on, Commissioner Guilfoyle. You good?
No, I think he's had something to add to that.
Commissioner Guilfoyle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as to respond to Commissioner Mason's question, was the tenant is responsible for the area that's leased, and it's defined in the contract, their area downstairs and the bar area upstairs. That's the only thing that they're responsible for, in keeping the drainage line clear out for the gutters on the bottom side. That's what it defines.
Okay, so let me kind of finish up here from my standpoint of view. Well, the meetings were had, meetings weren't had. There seemed to be some confusion whether people were at the meetings, whether they weren't at the meetings, what was the context of the meetings and the content within that. At the end of the day, every day that goes past, it's a higher cost that we are to incur in one way, shape, form, or another. Now, the question being, and I thought we kind of laid this out kind of clearly, was that there would be some sort of due diligence done in terms of trying to find them a spot. We talked about trailers. We talked about different things that could help accommodate. It may not all be in one spot, but we could find something that would be comparable or that would work in the interim, because it is coming down and we will build up something new. And, you know, that's just, that goes with how a city is, you know, grows. And so at what point, and I don't know who all can answer this, but at what point are we going to, well, wait a minute, you said you've done the thing about housing, there's no real spot?
Right, not as far as county facilities that we own that we can use, which was, you know, in my conversation with Director McDowell, and what I brought before this body is maybe they look at some temporary housing units. But once again, as Director McDowell stated, we don't know their needs, what it takes to house these boats. So it will be up to them to let us know so we can get into what they actually need. Because like I said, we don't have the space to do it.
And do you know if that conversation or that intent was passed on to the rowing club in order to maybe look for some outside stuff that we may be able to assist with?
I do know one of the meetings that was held at Parks and Recreation, I was not a part of the meeting, but Director McDowell did call me, and because Michelle had some questions and put me on speakerphone. So that was the extent I had with the meeting. So I know there has been some discussion. I just don't know how much.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's keep it moving here. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. Could we have the representatives from the rowing club come back up, please?
Sure.
Thank y'all. So we've heard from two different directors, and just trying to clarify all the meetings that have taken place, haven't taken place, and so I see a lot of head shaking. So can you help us understand your viewpoint of the answers that you were shaking your head at in regards to the meetings? Director McDowell says that there was a representative from the Rowing Club present. Is that not true?
There was an angry parent present, yes. We have a junior parent who's been filing Freedom of Information Act requests to get actual numbers of the estimates, so we would have a financial knowledge of what we were working with in case we wanted to try and pay the bill, or to see if we could even afford to pay the bill to clean this thing up and just get moving, because we've lost faith that anything's going to be done about it.
Well, and I know back on our, I think, March 23rd meeting, when we agreed to demo the building, part of that motion that was on the floor was also to make sure that, your needs were met in regard, and I know part of that was the portalets. How many portalets are out there, by the way? Do we know?
Currently 2, but when we had all of the spring training teams in, we had up to 12.
Okay.
That's the reason it was so much that
That
1 month.
invoice that still needs to be forwarded to Parks and Rec for payment.
Sure. Okay. And so, have you guys provided any options that could be used during the demo? I understand the thing that you submitted back in the middle of April or whatever, but was there any feedback from any of our department heads or administrator? So I guess my next question is for the administrator. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Madam Administrator, when we received this presentation with the options back in April, did anybody from staff, were they directed to take a look to come back with any sort of recommendation?
Not to my knowledge. The last communication that I recall was on March 21st, which was during the commission meeting, in which there was a motion to request cost for demolition, which Central Services just provided that information, and to take care of the rowing club needs.
Right. And I guess really the end of the conversation here today needs to be, what are your needs, first of all? But also, I think it needs to be stated that the rowing club does contribute. They may not contribute to paying rent or whatever for a facility, but they do contribute to our economy. Sports Council has stated figures anywhere from $1 to $1.5 million per year is added to our economy from the head of the South Regatta, which I think is third largest regatta in the United States. Is that?
Third largest single-day regatta in the nation.
Okay.
Number 7 overall.
Okay. I mean, it's still top 10. So,
Yeah.
I definitely think that it's something that we should strive to help retain and help you guys the best that we can. But also, we need to also look at the big picture. And when we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to provide a possible venue for you to store your equipment in, I'm not sure if, and I'm not even sure if that's what you're asking, but you're making faces, so help me out, ma'am.
Sorry.
No, help me out. I'm trying to help you guys, but I'm just trying to understand. I understand that there is some distrust or whatever with the commission, but some angst maybe. But I am trying to understand this because I've heard 3 different stories up here. So I'm just trying to understand.
If you'll indulge me, I'll give you a very quick recap of how the club came to be at that building, how the lease came to be what it is. The people who owned that facility when it was a restaurant gifted that to the city with the understanding that the rowing club would always have a home. When it started, it had a dirt floor. There was no equipment room. There were no bathrooms. Those were upgraded probably by the city. It now has a nice cement floor, workout room. We have made improvements. We have done the maintenance in our leased portion of the boathouse. We are not responsible for the rental portion. So we have done our part. And this was all with the previous director of that building, manager of that building.
Well, and even when that agreement was put in place, that was pre-consolidation. So that.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But that is, if we haven't paid the dollar, send me an invoice. I'll send you some money. What we need, I'll let you
I
talk
can
to
help
that.
clarify on the needs because there's some confusion. I think your version of needs is just a place to store the boats, whereas our version of needs is a place to keep the club alive. We can't just pack these boats away in a box and expect the club to exist for 2 months, 3 months, 3 years while things get worked out. The club will die. Without the club, there's no volunteers to run the regatta. If we're not rowing daily, if we're not rowing regularly, then there's no club. So that might be the disconnect.
So what does that mean by keep the club alive? What does that look
We need
like?
a place to row. We need a place to store our equipment and row.
So we have the river, and if we were able to get containers or some temporary storage to put your equipment in, what else do you need?
Space and the dock, yes.
Well, the dock's still there.
A
The dock-
safe storage space and our dock.
Okay. And,
Okay, you done? Okay,
I've
so
got it.
Would also probably benefit.
no, I'm not in my discussion. Here's the thing: this body agreed to demo the boathouse, and we all agreed to support the rowing club. I thought when we were coming back with this that we would hear about connexes and how much money it would be to have those, and possibly buy them for the government so that once you got done, we got the new boathouse and built, that we could use them for something else within this government. And it seems like basically nobody wants to have the deep conversation. My thoughts are in 1 week, we need to have a couple options up here and move on, because we need to help you. But at the same respects, there's only so many options that we have here, frankly. We're not gonna just fix the bottom. I mean, it's already been voted on to tear it down. We need to see kind of from a facilities, connexes, or anything that you need to be functional for your club, and make sure that we support you, because you are an economic driver and we want to support you. But I mean, just to have drawings and a bunch of diagrams, and then I saw the Michigan State building. It's very, very nice building. But there's no numbers behind it. There's no, I don't know. It just feels like we're not ready for prime time today, and it's a little disappointing, frankly. But I'm hoping my thoughts committee is that we move this without a recommendation. We have those recommendations next week, and we vote up and down and move on. So, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Franham. I'm not on your committee, but I do support what you're saying. But the question I want to add to the conversation is just simply, for your regatta, who pays for your security?
We do.
And how much does that typically come out to be?
Security is just under $3,000 for.
And that's for how many officers, basically?
One.
One officer?
Yeah, for 3 days.
For 3 days, for how many people?
Couple thousand. It's more to just secure the equipment overnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Director Lampkin, can I speak with him, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Mr. Lampkin, as far as I know that on the metal building side, the prices is going down, because I have been watching it on what it was 6 months to a year ago. It peaked, and now it's dropping back down. I got a good friend of mine that's fixing to build 8,000 square foot building. It's going to have 18-foot ceiling height in it. It's going to have the skin, concrete, asphalt, as well as a office in there, and it's carrying 220 or 3-phase power. His cost on that from start to finish is about $850,000. And so, when I'm hearing numbers coming in at $3, $4, $5 million, this other question is going to be for the administrator. Do we have anything in our SPLOST or anything like that we could divert to do a building? I don't know if this body's in favor of that, but we're going to have to come up with some kind of solution, and the Connex ain't going to be a long-term solution. And it'll alleviate us if we ever did do something with the boathouse once it's demoed, to put something back. That way we won't be tied to having a rowing club on the bottom side.
Madam Administrator.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, that option has not been explored, nor is it recommended in our current SPLOST 8.
Do we have anything like kind? I mean, It's not recommended by you, but is there anything like kind?
Director Lampkin stated previously that there's no county-owned facility of this type that would be able to assist the rowing club, but also that they would give 1 week for the departments to get back together and present some recommendations next week.
Question for the rowing club. Have y'all had any conversations with the riverkeeper?
About?
Some of the land that she maintains that's right on the river, if there's opportunities there. Have you had any conversations with her?
We have, in fact, had some conversations with her, and the primary issue at her building would be the depth of the water and getting the dock into place. It would be a hurdle, but it could be overcome if she were willing to, put another building on that land.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, my motion is to bring it back to committee. That would give the administrator, Director McDowell, Ms. Lampkin some time to talk with folks, and maybe we can get something to work with. So I'd like to bring it back to committee in a couple of weeks rather than moving it forward.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it if, Mr. Chairman, if you could be present at that meeting.
Okay.
Thank
I'll
you.
make it there.
If
And
the
I'd love to-
motion and the maker, and the
That's
maker of the
fine.
motion.
That's fine.
And I'd love to.
Thank you. I'll second it.
Hear that. Yeah, and I'd love to hear the riverkeeper there if we can make it happen, because I think that's something we need to explore. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Agenda item number 3, please.
Agenda item number 3 is to approve recommended code enforcement ordinance update. I'm having the recommendations from the director placed on the screen. However, if you would like hard copies, we can provide those to you.
Thank you.
Do you want hard copies, or are we going to put them on the screen? I beg your pardon, soft copies?
Just if you can pass them out if you got them printed. Thank you. All right, Director Delaney, if you can kind of high level and kind of
Yes, sir.
the ones that you think would definitely
All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. In your packet, you have the entire ordinance recommended changes. This is for the County Code of Ordinances with regards to Title VII, the building and construction, which is the section in which code enforcement falls under. We have highlighted 11 potential changes that we are seeking approval of to help us move these cases through either the court system or to gain compliance. I will highlight them very quickly. The first one, we want to allow for the timeline once they pull a permit, that they have to require that application to have a timeline for inspections. We want to require the owners to begin work within 60 days, whereas right now they could begin work in 6 months. We want to require that they have a call-in inspection within 90 days of an issued permit. We want the code official to serve notice of the violations. We want the repeat and chronic violators to have a notice that may be given in the form of a court citation. We also want to be given the option to have notice given in the form of a court citation in lieu of a violation of letter. Right now, we're sending a letter and we're waiting and we're waiting. And we want to move straight to the citation on some of the chronic ones. The correction orders that are currently listed, a lot of the time they use that as a rationale to say they're still pulling permits and things of that nature. The correction order has already been served. We don't want to keep going down that road. The other thing is we want to change how we deliver it. Right now, if a person knows they have a property that's in bad condition, they're not signing that certified letter. So we just want to deliver it. And then last but not least, we want to allow for appeals to be 5 business days as opposed to 20 business days. And then we are going to recommend that repeat and chronic violators are subject to fees.
All right, great. These are great updates. Commissioner Garrett first.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for coming back with these adjustments to the current ordinances and the codes, will any of this add cost to buildings that are being constructed in our county?
New construction being affected by this? No, everything in this outlined in these ordinances references just code enforcement matters.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Ms. Delaney, as far as item number 2 requires owner to begin work within 60 days after being issued a permit to remedy code enforcement cases. I thought when you came before us before with Mr. Terrence that if the owner asked for extension, y'all would give them extension. Is that correct?
Yes, but the extension is based on us knowing what the circumstances are. If someone had a heart attack, is in the hospital, we have to have some latitude to talk to a person and see what's going on.
All right. Has our law department looked at this?
Yes, sir.
And approved it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Delaney, my question is, how many extensions are allowed? Is there a set number?
There is no set number. If that is something the commission would like for us to pursue, what we want to have you be mindful of is if they go to court and we set an extension for no more than 2 extensions, and the person says, well, I've been out of the country, I had a relative die, I've been sick, the court's going to turn around and grant that extension. There are cases where we can make this as a discretion, and we don't want to remove that opportunity when it is a true life matter, health safety matter in the situation. But if there is a desire to do that, we will definitely accommodate.
Thank you. No, I didn't necessarily have a desire. I just wanted to know because it wasn't outlaid in the...
Right, and that's why we left it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve? Motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Voting, please, committee.
Unanimous.
Agenda item number 4, please.
Item 4 is a motion to approve updates to the Harrisburg Enterprise zoning ordinance and the proposed updated list of parcels for the Harrisburg Opportunity Zone.
Okay. This one is planning and development also. So we did submit in regards to renewal of the enterprise and opportunity zones. The enterprise zone is approved at the local level, the opportunity zone at the state level. What ended up happening is there were about 2,000 parcels in these, in the proposal. We were trying to be as consistent as we were and bring everybody to the next round of renewal. DCA kicked it back. They said too many parcels, more targeted approach. So we had to make sure that the demographics met, all of the statistical data met to create this new boundary. So we took it from 2,000 down to about 500 parcels. So every parcel is listed in here. What you want to be mindful of and what I want to call your attention to is that we have to publish who is in this district. So that's in your packets. It's around page 50. In the 50s. The other thing is that we have to update the resolution. So in updating the resolution, new statistical data came out since we first started this. So we had to go back and pull the census data, and then we shrunk the boundaries. So you'll see a boundary outline within your packet, and you'll also see the updated data with regards to the parcels that should be included or that we're recommending to be included in this area. And I will say that during this time, anybody who has had a parcel or property or work company, they have not been excluded from any of the discounts that they would have received, that we are still able to process them.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Delaney, are these parcels occupied or are they vacant?
It's a mix. What we did on here, we identified the condition of it and then the residential lot, and then some of them say vacant. But what we want to remember is that we want to reduce the reason it was so large. They had a lot of residential lots. Residential lots are not eligible for this opportunity zone tax credit. It's for commercial entities. So there's still a few residential sprinkled because they all have to be contiguous.
So in the event that we approve this, what does it do for those residents there, the churches there, you know, the grocery store on the corner? You have a store down there in Harrisburg off of Ellis Street. What does this update do for the folks who are living there and the existing businesses who are already there?
So if you're an existing business or if you're a business coming to the area, you are eligible to apply for state funding as far as discount on your taxes when you create a full-time equivalent. They also have a rubric in place that allows you to have a discount on the taxes owed for part-time equivalent positions. So one of the things they also do is anytime funding is available, if you put together a grant application and you mention that you're in an enterprise or an opportunity zone that is state authorized and acknowledged, then that helps your application on the scoring side.
Now, as far as the residents, any impact directly to the residents?
I would say if more potential businesses come, then there's employment opportunities that come.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Commissioner Williams.
I still have a question.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Go.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Delaney, out of the 1,500 parcels that were not submitted, where were those parcels located?
They were in the Laney Walker, Bethlehem, and the Harrisburg community. So we took that number down because, again, they had a lot of residential parcels. They had almost every parcel you could think of in that area, because at that time they were allowing you to submit these very broad applications. Now there's a new turnover. It's not new anymore. It's about 2 years old at the DCA reviewing level, and they want a more targeted approach. And they're looking to see that most of the lots are commercial, not residential. We were heavy on the residential lots in the previous submissions.
Okay. And so my next question is for those parcels that were commercial, because you said you were heavy on the residential, but that doesn't necessarily mean they were all residential. So the lots that were commercial, are you able to go back and group those together and resubmit those lots?
This is what this proposal attempts to do. There are entities that are not eligible for funding, such as hospitals and things of that nature. So when you look at who is eligible to receive the job tax credit benefit that the Opportunity Zone provides, we have gone back through and looked at businesses that would most likely benefit or need this.
Okay. So out of the other 1,500, none of those fit all of the criteria to be part of this?
I would say there were probably, I could say probably about 10% of those 1,500 could have met all of the criteria. The challenge we face is that parcels must be contiguous. That's number one. Number two, you have to have the statistical data to support it. So if you can't prove pervasive poverty, if you can't prove that this parcel not being in this boundary, it's a statistical thing. So if we don't get the numbers right and we don't hit those marks, our numbers are too high. So there were certain entities, if we included them, then we had to include the income of the surrounding areas and the socioeconomic information that goes with that packet. That kicked us out of a lot of eligibility. It took a lot of time to get to a point where we could recommend something that would meet the DCA requirements for all of the criteria that they set forth.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I want to just circle back to the church question. I don't think I got clarity on that one. How would churches?
Churches typically don't benefit unless they're creating a full-time equivalent position.
So it's just basically based off of your employment?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
That concludes public services. Thank you, committee.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to call administrative service to order. Do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am. We have one modification to item number 2. In the wording, the motion should read, motion to approve housing community developments request to provide Laney Walker Bethlehem funding to contract with Antioch Ministries, opposed to Capital Rise LLC. That should read Antioch Ministries to develop new construction and one single-family unit identified as 1242 Holly Street within the Laney Walker Bethlehem area. And we have a request for one addendum from Mayor Johnson regarding an update from Housing and Community Development regarding AARP funds related to housing assistance.
Can I have a motion?
Do we have?
There's no
wait a minute.
motion.
We have unanimous consent to add the item
Yeah.
and to modify item number 2, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, but I think we
Oh.
have one to be reconsidered to another time, and that's number 5. I'll let Mayor Pro Tem Garrett speak to that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Clerk, I would like to move item number 5 to our next committee meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will you have a consent agenda? We can
Yes,
add
ma'am.
that to it.
I would like to consent with the revision of number 2
Okay.
and number 6.
So moved.
Second.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask for the mayor's request to come first, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Before we get started with this, I just want to commend Housing and Community Development. Last week we had a great announcement with the Lennox project. Our interim administrator was present, as well as many commissioners continue to do the great work. Ms. Carcom, I see you out in the crowd. Thank you for your leadership in that, and I appreciate everything. All right, the reason I put this item on the agenda is that our office, numerous times a week, continue to field questions and ask for help regarding rental assistance. As I understand, we're still in a period where we continue to struggle with high inflation. There still tends to be struggles. So I just want an update as to how we were helping folks, what monies were available. As I understand and reading the Atlanta paper, the city of Atlanta gave back tens of millions of dollars as a result of this program. And I don't want to give any money back in Augusta. If there's people that need rental assistance, I want to make sure that we get the money to them to help them. So could you provide us an update as to where you are with the funds, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission, my name is Daniel Evans from Housing and Community Development. I have Mrs. Brittany Burnett from United Way of the CSRA as Augusta's operational partner for our emergency rental assistance program. We'll give you some quick background, some point-in-time updates on where we are with the program, and a little information on path forward with the program. So originally, the Sigh of Relief program, Augusta's implementation of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, came forward from the CARES Act and was services began here in Augusta with Commission approval on March 1st of 2021. This is a program to address rental arrears and utility arrearages for low and moderate income rental households within Augusta-Richmond County, to include Blythe and Hepzibah. Augusta was very successful in that first year, the 9 months of the partnership in 2021. We fully expended the funds that were made available under the CARES Act for Augusta, Georgia. We were also fortunate to be one of the communities that were afforded additional funds under a second round of the program, funded with the American Rescue Plan. You see there a little over $7 million awarded to Augusta, Georgia. And that program expanded a little bit of the eligibility to allow us to serve a higher level of need that was showing throughout the country, actually, for a deeper level of assistance when it came to rental arrears. Augusta was also very fortunate to be one of the communities selected for the reallocation process of that original round of ERA funds. With support of former Administrator Donald, we were able to speak with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs and receive an allocation of $12 million, again from the ERA 1 account with U.S. Treasury, that supported those rental arrears through the end of December of last year. So all in, that was about a $25 million investment from the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan to provide these services to our low and moderate income residents here in Augusta, Georgia.
And so we've made it really quite easy for residents to apply for assistance. You can see right there, there's 3 ways people can do that. They can text the word rent to 50503. They can go on the United Way website, which takes them directly to a link to apply, or they can actually call 211. So again, we're trying to reduce the hurdles, allow people to apply in any of those ways. People walk into our office every day, and we walk them through applying as well. And when they apply, they're actually put into a queue so that for the staff, we're actually able to process the applications in the order in which we receive them. But there are times, especially certain times of the month, certain times of the year, where we see an extra peak in applications. No, that's okay. And so what we do, you can see on your screen there, there's basic resident eligibility we determine, make sure they live in Richmond County, they've got the right income level, they're renting, and then we do a basic unit inspection to make sure that the house is safe, and if we need to ask the landlord to make any adjustments, that they go ahead and do that. And then we have the documentation from the landlord, which is the updated ledger, and then we actually were paying the landlord directly. We do not pay the resident directly. And that's the same for the utilities portion as well. So if we're paying Georgia Power, Augusta Utilities, gas companies, we pay them directly. We do not pay the tenant directly. So here's a quick snapshot of where we've been over the past 26 months now. You can see over $15 million has been put into this program and expended to help with these landlords and also the utility companies. Over 3,000 households. One thing I'll kind of mention with that is an unduplicated number. So we are seeing people that have been helped numerous times, but this number 3,000 is actually unduplicated. I won't go through the additional points there, but you see over 17,000 months of rent, and then of course the utilities as well.
Thank you. So we've been very lucky here again to have good partnerships in Augusta, Georgia. When Housing Community Development first came before the commission with recommendation for partnership with United Way, we didn't know how much this would grow, but we saw the huge need. We've seen thousands of folks queued up in our magistrate courts waiting for eviction hearings as those moratoriums expired in 21 and 22. So the magistrate court partnership that HCD has pulled forward on our side of the partnership has been crucial in meeting the need of residents that are at the point of eviction. So we have had for the last 2 full years a staff member that is present in all eviction court, dispossessory court hearings in the magistrate court, the conventional Wednesday hearings, as well as the ad hoc schedules they've done to catch up the queue they developed through the moratoriums. We are able then to provide direct service to those residents that are at the point of eviction if they have not yet come through in first come, first serve order in the queue with United Way. So attacking the problem from both ends to make sure that as many emergency situations have been avoided as possible has been very productive. We get a lot of good feedback from our partners in the court system that have worked with our staff members to make sure that the resident experience is as positive as possible in that environment. We've also had the great fortune of being able to layer in some of the resources made available from Housing and Urban Development for Augusta, Georgia through our Emergency Solutions Grant Program, through both homelessness prevention to supplement or augment when individuals are facing eviction but don't for some reason meet qualifications for the ERA program. We're able to either supplement or replace that service using internal resources from Housing and Urban Development, the ESG program. And in instances we've encountered where landlords simply do not wish to work with residents any longer, they don't want to come to a financial settlement on past due rent and they just want to move on, we've had a high level of success with moving those residents into new units, utilizing our ESG rapid rehousing services to help with the financial cost of establishing new permanent housing for those households that do go through the eviction process. So we are very fortunate to have those partnerships in place, and we look forward to those carrying us forward in our normal order of business. To the question that was asked, I just want to address concerns about the lifespan of the program. We continue to push forward with United Way as our operational partner under the ERA2 funding that is left, and as recently as March, Augusta was again selected to receive additional funds that were surrendered by Cherokee County. Just over $1.2 million were allocated to us in ERA2 funds that we will have until the end of next year to expend to provide these services going forward in Augusta, Georgia. So if we have any questions, we'd be happy to take them at this time.
Can you just clarify the balance of those funds? What is the balance now outside of that 1.2 million? Now, what is the balance of our funds?
We're all the ERA funds were suspended at the end of calendar year 2022. So those funds were left, about $7 million were left on the table there. So we're working with the balance of the ERA2 $7 million that is left, approximately $4 million there, plus that new allocation that's coming in of the $1.2 million.
And we're not at risk of losing all of those, any of those dollars or going back or we're having to surrender, are we?
No, sir. No, sir. Those are the dollars we still have on hand are ERA 2 programs under the American Rescue Plan, and those have an expiration date of December 2025.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think it may have been answered. So I saw the expended dollars of a little bit over 15 million. Then there was a total of 25 million within an additional 1.2 million added to that. So we're talking about a total of 26.2 million, right? And 15 million or so, a little over that, was expended. So the additional monies that is left, what type of shelf life do they have?
The ERA 2 monies will expire in December of 2025.
Okay, 2025. Okay, all right, so we're good. Okay.
Mr. Frandon, you have a question?
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. My question is, what kind of backlog on processes are we at as far as someone reaches out, one of those 3 that you mentioned on the screen? Where are we at with that?
It's running honestly, about 60 to 90 days.
So if they start today, it's 60 or 90 days before they receive anything.
Yeah, and there are some days we'll get 5 people apply, and other days we'll get 300. Again, we see ebbs and flows as it becomes towards the end of the month. And some people, like someone walked in my office as I walked in this morning and said, I just got some paperwork and now I'm in a panic mode. What do I do? So we walked them through the process too.
Okay. Is that pretty much what it's been since we started? Like 60 to 90 days?
It at points has been a little bit longer, but we've also hosted in-person events. So for some people that don't have the technology skills to upload documents and do that sort of thing, we actually have another one next week where we invite a large number of our applicants who've applied during a certain window to come and go in person, because many times that's the way that I guess that's what they're most comfortable with. So we hopefully see a large wave of people that will come then. It's been a few months since we've had an in-person event. And then we can kind of clear out the queue, if you will.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Pulling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question, that was part of my question. Thank you, Commissioner Fran. But during that 60 to 90 days, if they need the rapid rehousing, how long does that process take? Because if I'm going to be evicted tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioner. For clarity, rapid rehousing is a service to put someone back into permanent housing once they've lost it. So that's a service that comes if an eviction is moved forward at the request of the landlord for that time. So in the nature of our partnership of bringing the city employee into the magistrate court process was to create that backstop so folks don't get to the point of being in front of the judge and getting evicted without a conduit to service. So I don't like to describe it this way, but think of it as you get to cut in the line if you've made it all the way through the process to where you were in magistrate court. Your 30 to 60 day wait is no longer relevant because you're working directly with members of HCD to get your service rendered to your landlord in a timely manner to avoid that eviction.
Okay, and just so I can really, really understand this, if I came in to your office, I'm putting in an application, I have that 60 to 90 day, but I'm literally going to be evicted in the next week or so. Are you going to direct me back to HCD and immediately someone is going to help me and I am not going to be without housing? Or explain that.
Sure. So we, our staff intercepts in the process. So the court partnership's been really great. Judge Brown has made it available to us to receive the answers that are filed when an eviction goes out. So I will mischaracterize this slightly, but when an eviction notice is posted, it contains a request for that resident to file an answer with the court to the eviction. That answer is then what will get them scheduled to a dispossessory hearing. We receive copies of those answers to make a proactive engagement to get intake processing done before their court hearing. But if they get to the court hearing, we also will take their contact information and bring them in either Tuesday and Thursday morning every week to do the intake to get that going. So we actually intervene directly in the eviction process before any notice to vacate is ever issued to a resident.
And then my last part, thank you so much, is if they come directly to one of the commissioners, so if they're calling us directly and they are at that point, we should just refer them to HCD.
If they have a scheduled eviction hearing, yes. And
Yes, sir.
I would point out also to encourage not to duplicate their applications to United Way. The way the technology works is that will deprioritize you on a first come, first served basis. You'll look like a brand new person at the bottom of the list. So if you've applied and you're not in magistrate court yet, your lane of effort belongs with the team at United Way. But if you have come or are scheduled to come to a hearing in magistrate court, you will engage with a member of our team, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to receive.
Before we ask for a motion for, to approve for information, I have two quick questions. How many times can a person apply for rental assistance in terms of eviction? Is it only a one-time?
So it's not a time. The limitation on the funds now are how many months of assistance we can provide, either from United Way, aggregate between United Way or HCD. So we're limited to 18 months of total assistance. Now that could actually be 18 separate requests if it needed to be, but typically we'll see folks be a large number of months behind and maybe they struggle to keep up and we may pay a little prospective rent. So typically we'll see 1 or 2 service transactions for a household. But as you saw in the information, our 3,000 households have had almost 5,500 service transactions. So there is some duplication coming back through the system of additional assistance. As long as they are under that 18-month aggregate total, they're still eligible to receive additional assistance.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Franick.
Motion to receive as information.
Voting.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's go from top to bottom now.
Okay. I think that takes us to item number 3, and we have handouts for that one.
One, Ms. Bonner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let us give you these for number
Okay.
3. You want to take one?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we be done. Huh? We're
Everybody
going
got
more.
one from that
Yeah, I just
side?
handed it to him.
You need one? Ms.
You need one more? The real popular director, Hawthorne Welcher, your handouts. They want frame copies.
We got it.
Who needed one?
He got it.
We're at 1. Item number 1 is a motion to approve the Charlie Norwood VAMC revitalization plan as presented by Freedom's Path Augusta 3 LP.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. So we stand today before you excited, about this partnership and one that we felt that was noteworthy of a presentation. A lot of times we talk about affordable housing, in a lot of different aspects, and I think this is one that is sort of unique and maybe different when we talk about veterans. So we were contacted some months back by the team at Charlie Norwood VA, and our question simply was, how could we help? And as they indicated, they were moving to apply for what is called a low-income housing tax credit application, deadline being May 18th, but knowing that at the same time they needed city support from a approval of a redevelopment plan. So we have an actual team of VA here who's willing to give a presentation and allow you all to be able to ask questions where necessary. But our support comes, or commitment from an ACD perspective, knowing that affordable housing is among us is important. There's a scarcity of housing, and at the same time, looking at this redevelopment plan, this VA development speaks specifically to the boundaries within the VA, where they did an assessment of some of their abandoned and old buildings. So let me move to the right and turn it over to the representative from VA.
Thank you.
Ma'am, would you, your name and your address, please?
My name is Marilyn Hall, and I am a resident at 1051 Windbrook Court in Watkinsville, Georgia. and I'm here representing Garrison for Veterans, which is a nonprofit organization. All right, so the Augusta Veterans Redevelopment Plan. I'm going to have a brief presentation about what the redevelopment plan is. I'll talk about what a redevelopment plan is, the study area, the target population, the infrastructure in the area, and goals, and then the special project will be presented at the end. So a community redevelopment plan, or CRP, is a strategy developed by local governments, organizations, and community members to revitalize and improve a specific area or neighborhood. The plan involves identifying the needs and challenges of the community, setting goals and objectives, and outlining specific actions to achieve them. A CRP typically involves a collaborative effort between local government officials, community stakeholders, and residents. It may also involve the input of businesses, nonprofits, and other organizations with vested interest in the community. Some common elements of a CRP may include physical improvements to the area, such as infrastructure upgrades, housing rehabilitation, and public space enhancements. The plan may also include economic development initiatives, such as attracting new businesses and promoting entrepreneurship. The Augusta Veterans Community Redevelopment Plan is a collaboration between the Augusta Housing and Community Development Department, the Charlie Norwood Veterans Administration Campus, Garrison for Veterans, and other community stakeholders. The study area is essentially the Charlie Norwood VA campus. I'm working under the assumption that you already know exactly where it is and what's around it. The study goes into that in more detail. One thing you might not know is the target area tract is tract 12, and it's a qualified census tract, and which is a QCT, which is, as a city planner, I have to use acronyms. It is a tract, a geographic area designated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that meets certain criteria related to income levels and poverty rates. QCTs are used to determine eligibility for certain affordable housing programs, such as the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. To qualify as a QCT, a census tract must meet one of two criteria. Either 50% or more of the households have incomes below 60% of the area median, or the poverty rate, is at least 25%. The poverty rate for Census Tract 12 is more than 29%, and in addition to the high poverty rate in the census tract, there are more veterans in Augusta than in any other areas of the state, indicating a need for services and facilities that serve veterans. So these graphics are for Augusta and Richmond County, the consolidated government. Of the 200,000 plus people in the area, more than 11% are veterans. This is 10% more than in the metro area, and more than 1.5 times the percent for the state of Georgia. And in poverty and low income status affects the entire city and not just the census tract. This indicates that services and facilities for low income and homeless veterans may serve the entire community. This plan focuses efforts to serve homeless and disabled veterans and their families. Targeted veterans in the redevelopment area are homeless and disabled veterans who receive at or below 60% of area median income. Permanent supportive housing is a proven method to reduce the number of homeless veterans. The overarching goal of the plan is to increase the supply of permanent housing serving homeless veterans, veterans who are at risk of homelessness, and their families. I told you I wasn't going to talk about the area around the VA because you're very familiar with it. The study does go into it, though. It talks about employment, parks and recreation services available, medical services, education, public safety, transportation, and cultural facilities. Public engagement was important to developing this plan. We had two public workshops on April 12th. The first was held at Freedom's Path on the Charlie Norwood campus, Uptown campus, and this workshop was targeted towards veterans who currently reside in Freedom's Path, their care providers, nonprofits, and other stakeholders. The second workshop was at the Julian Smith Barbecue Pit at Lake Olmsted Park. This evening public workshop was well attended by Charlie Norwood VA administration and focused on the needs of low-income veterans and how partnerships between the VA and other stakeholders can better serve their needs. Additionally, a QR code to an online survey was linked off a widely distributed flyer to solicit additional feedback. The summary of public engagement is very brief. First, there's a need to continue services that were discontinued during the COVID pandemic. And you may not know this, but the VA would offer things like barber services, other services to veterans in the area, and they hope to continue these services shortly. And residents and administration at the VA share the same concerns, and those are things like transportation. How can residents get to and from services that they need, like groceries and the drugstores, security on the campus, and the fact that the population of veterans is aging and they do need special services in their housing. And they also need spaces for special services, and the VA and the special project developer is working together to make that happen. All right, before I jump straight to the goals that are in the plan, I want to tell you where they came from. The first is that additional housing and economic development goals for the city of Augusta are detailed in the city's consolidated plan and the Envision Augusta Comprehensive Plan. Goals for the Augusta Veterans Redevelopment Plan combine the goals of these previous plans with the statistical analysis and the vision articulated by stakeholders during the public engagement process. Implementation measures for each of the goals that I'm going to present. They provide additional detail regarding specific actions for achieving goals with a specific focus on increasing opportunities for veterans. Also, last year, the Augusta-Richmond County Homeless Task Force Strategic Plan was developed. The plan indicates that homelessness is an increasing problem in Augusta, and the task force strategic plan lays out several objectives to address the housing and homelessness crisis in Augusta, and this redevelopment plan addresses several of those objectives. Also, this plan supports the Veterans Administration's Housing First approach. It supports the VA's goal to end homelessness for veterans. The VA utilizes the Housing First approach, which prioritizes getting a veteran into housing, then providing the veteran with the wraparound services they need to stay housed. And these are things like health care, job training, legal and educational assistance, and a few other things. All right, goals. There are 7 goals, and they're up on your screen, so I'm not going to read them. They're on the next screen too, but I am going to go through each one of these briefly because we have activities and time frames that are recommended in the plan. The first one is to encourage better land use practices for brownfield and vacant land development. There are 2 recommended activities here. The first is to implement plan for redevelopment of the former Regency Mall site, and this is actually pulled from the Envision Augusta Comprehensive Plan. Another is to revitalize unused property on the Charlie Norwood Uptown campus. That's why we're here. The second goal is to encourage mobility and transportation options for persons within the redevelopment area. The recommended activity we have here is to improve Wrightsboro Road in the study area to rehabilitate pavement, drainage, lighting, and sidewalks. I believe that is already in the engineering department's plans for the next, I think, 2024. And that would be on Wrightsboro Road by the airport. The third goal is to promote the preservation and restoration of historically significant structures and landmarks in the city. Again, revitalizing and restoring the unused Lenwood Hospital buildings on the Charlie Norwood campus would reach that goal. The fourth goal is to support the development of new high-quality, affordable housing for both rental and home ownership. There 3 goals are together along with 3 recommended activities. The fifth goal is to assist in the creation and preservation of affordable housing for low-income and special needs households, including veterans. The sixth goal is support activities to end homelessness. There are 3 activities and time frames here. The first is to profit with nonprofit affordable housing developers to understand needs and provided funding and incentives to develop housing with a focus on infill development and rehabilitation of vacant, obsolete, or abandoned properties with an ongoing time frame. Again, these are out of the consolidated plan. The second is to work with developers to support utilization of available incentives, such as low-income housing tax credits and the Georgia State Income Tax Credit Program for rehabilitation of historic properties. And this is to support development of new affordable housing for rental and home ownership. The last activity is to support and coordinate with the State of Georgia Department of Community Affairs to utilize state and federal low-income housing tax credits to ensure access to subsidized rental housing for homeless and disabled veterans. Final goal, collaboration, housing, health, employment, service agencies to effectively coordinate housing opportunities and holistic wraparound services. The recommended activity is to work with the Charlie Norwood Veterans Affairs Medical Center and the community to address the pressing need to increase the supply of affordable rental housing for homeless and disabled veterans. So those are the 7 goals and recommended activities in the plan. And finally, the proposed project is Freedom's Path, Augusta 3. And what it does is it converts 79,000 square feet of unused and dilapidated housing in this beautiful old historic Lenwood Hospital building on the campus to 76 affordable units for veterans. And the first floor will include space for the VA to provide services to these veterans. This could be space for group mental health meetings. It could be other things. Those things will be determined at a future time. And again, it's located on the Norwood campus. And I'm going to open, if any of you have any questions about it, I could help answer them, as could my colleagues.
Commissioner Fran.
No questions. Just I appreciate the background information and telling about the community, and looks like a great project. Motion to approve.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. Ma'am, you ready to vote? Yes. Okay.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 3. No. We're at 2.
3.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 3, 4. You had
got
3?
3 and 4.
That's your sleek handout? Okay. Motion to approve HCD's request to a home loan funds in the amount of $520,000 for construction of the Watson Point partnership with Woda Cooper Development and Parallel Housing, Inc., for the sole purpose of a Georgia Department of Community Affairs, DCA's low-income housing tax credit project only.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. So we're excited again just to continue the vein of affordable housing. So affordable housing, we felt like this project here was very important to sort of highlight today very quickly. You have the handout. This is a partnership, a continued partnership with Woda and Parallel Housing, who you will actually synonymous with the Lennox. So they were developer actually on the Lennox project. So this is one that we're very, very excited about submitting an application for on the 18th. Once again, your HCD has taken pretty much, your direction as you sort of push us and say, hey, what about affordable housing for seniors? So we wanted to sort of highlight that and give the developer opportunity to come before you and just sort of speak to that and answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Can I have your name and your address, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Denny Blackburn. I'm a Senior Vice President with Woda Cooper Companies, and I live at 30 Tower Ridge Road in Savannah, Georgia. I'm here first of all, thank you so much for having me this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. I am here on behalf of Woda Cooper Companies. We're a national leader in the development of affordable housing. We're fully integrated in the sense we do the development, we do the construction, and most importantly, we maintain the management of the properties that we actually develop. And Parallel Housing is a non-profit based out of Athens, just up there in Georgia. Same team that were doing the Lennox. We're here again to ask for your support because it is a competitive application process at DCA to obtain these tax credits, and the Lennox was actually the ranked number 1 in the last round of tax credits in the state of Georgia. So we would like to do the same again this time and go for a very competitive application process. This year we are looking to go for a totally different type of product, which looking for a senior elderly product for seniors aged at 62 and above. And I can personally say I don't feel elderly at 62 and above, but that's what the definition of elderly is for DCA. It's just off of Broad Street at 1427 Broad Street. Surrounded by Jones Street and Sebastian Way. It's right downtown, and we're naming this development Watson Point. 52 units. There'll be 34 one-bedroom units and 18 two-bedroom units. And 100% of this development will be what's referred to as affordable housing, which is for low and moderate income residents. 16 of those units will be restricted for residents earning up to 30% of the AMI, the area median income, 12 of the units at 60% AMI, and 24 at 80% AMI. So we're going for quite a variety, which means it really is a mixed income level. This will have a land restrictive covenant on it, which will be there for 30 years, which will maintain the actual affordability of this particular development. There'll also be, in addition to being a mixed income development, it's also going to have mixed use. We're going to have just under 3,000 square feet of commercial space that'll be on the corner of Broad Street and Sebastian Way. Vehicle entrance will be off of Jones Street only, so that's going to provide a very safe entrance to the actual development. The development itself will have a sort of a covered picnic area with tables and grills, and also have an enclosed patio for the seniors to enjoy. Community room, arts and crafts center, computer room, laundry facility, washer and dryer hookups. And I think you have a picture of the actual development that was handed out to you, or current renderings. Very much a quality type of development. The budget at the moment is about $18 million for this development. It will be built to Lead for Homes standards. Every one of the developments we've done in the state of Georgia has obtained a LEED Gold certification or LEED Platinum. Of course, that benefits the residents themselves because their energy consumption will be less. We are working with the Augusta Housing Authority to get some vouchers on this development to really help those that really need assistance. And we are very happy that we just received the market study back, which showed an extremely strong, or fortunately for the development, or unfortunately for the city of Augusta, there's a strong need for affordable housing in this market. As I said, we are here again applying for your support on this. The financial support helps make this development a competitive application as we submit it to DCA next week. And I will gladly answer any questions you may have. Oh, something you want to say?
Did you have some, Commissioner Williams?
Thank you. Mr. Welcher, where's the funding coming from?
It's coming from our Home Investment Partnership Funds, our HUD federal funding that we have for affordable housing.
From HCD?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I saw somewhere in the back said something about $188,000 somewhere.
No, sir, that was item number 2.
That was item number 2. You trying to tell me I'm wrong?
No, sir, we'll never do that.
But we're good with the funding.
Yes, sir. No money do we need from this dais outside of your approval to allow us to be able to commit the $500,000+ as a loan to this project, if approved.
Okay, who's going to be able to use this facility? Anybody?
Yes, sir. From an eligibility perspective, this is affordable housing for your low to mod and for persons who are considered 62 and older.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Welcher, I just told Commissioner Williams he's not eligible to go there yet, but hold him a spot, okay? I want to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. Unanimous.
Yes, ma'am.
Amen. Okay.
I think we got one more.
Item number 4, Motion to approve Augusta, Georgia's Public Facilities Grant Award with Living in Purpose for $100,000 utilizing Community Development Block Grant funds in support of the facilities upgrade at the Purpose Center.
So finally, once again, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, we also wanted to sort of speak to partnership, and we felt like this was definitely a partnership in working with Pastor Mackey for some time. So we wanted him to come before you and sort of speak to the Purpose Center. I know that you've heard about it, and our commitment to making this commitment to living in purpose.
May I have your name and your address, sir?
Unique Mackey, 335 Bella Rose Drive, Evans, Georgia. Long story short, I know I'm a pastor, but I've been told I only have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna make it brief. I lost both my parents to AIDS before I turned 16. That pain led to my purpose of helping at-risk youth. I know firsthand what it's like to grow up without a father and to need support from mentors and people who will help others achieve the purpose that they have. And so for the last 10 years, I've been working in the city of Augusta and other cities to help at-risk youth find purpose out of their pain. And so our latest project is the Purpose Center. We're located right behind Josie at 1650 Olive Road. And this building is dedicated to helping at-risk youth and their families find purpose. And we currently have 2 mentor programs going on, one in Murphy Middle, one in Josie, where we're helping the middle school and high school young men. We have a free after-school program for 1st through 8th grade. It begins at 4:30, ends at 6:30, where we have professional tutors come in, help those young men and women with their homework. We give them free food, a full dinner, 2 vegetables and a meat, and we send them home. We also have a high school regulation basketball course where we host a free basketball camp during the summer called Hooping with Purpose. You all know that that's in a food desert, so we have a community garden there where we give away free food and fruit. We have a studio, music studio, a podcast studio, and a training center where we host different programs helping at-risk youth and adults learn entrepreneurship and different things that will help give them a hand up, not just a handout. And so we think it's a great project, and we would love you all to consider helping to support us bringing purpose to our Augusta community.
Thank you. Director Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I'll yield to Director Welcher before I get to my questions. You don't have anything? Okay, question. What is the process to apply for the grant? What are your parameters that you look for? Who would typically be the best? Who would be the ideal person to get this type of money, or entity to get this type of money through this program?
Well, if you're talking about our commitment of the CDBG funding that we're providing this funding for operations as well as for renovation to the actual facility in itself. Of course, it's CDBG funding, but it's coming through an activity called public facility, where we're looking to sort of enhance the facility. And I think one of the things that's very important, he can speak more to operations and programs, but I think the funding that we're provided sort of speaks to the enhancement and, like I said, the development of the facility in itself. And I think it's very important. One of the reasons why I was really convicted, not only the fact of, the great work that, of course, Pastor Mackey has done over the years in partnership and brothership, but I think they've made a commitment to this facility all on their own. So if you look at what's there now, that's a commitment that they've made in and separate of the city of Augusta. So for me, when you start talking about leveraging and partnering and filling gaps in those things, it was easy for me to come and say, hey, you're already meeting us halfway. You already pretty much have functioning activities and programs that you're already implementing anyway. So, hey, all we're doing is coming in and actually enhancing what is already there.
So that's good information. But my question specifically is, how does someone get awarded through this program through your office? What is the process?
Public. You talking about from public facility?
However we got to this.
So I think on an annual basis, as you've done here recently, you approve what is called an annual action plan. And based on that annual action plan, we're specific in regards to exactly our 4 main HUD programs of how we actually are going to utilize that funding. And I think this is under what we call economic development. So based on that, what we do is sort of put out we sort of solicit services from a public facility perspective, and those persons who acquire or who actually feel deemed eligible, they apply. So everything that we do from this perspective is sort of bidded out.
You said this is considered economic development?
Yes.
Can you share with me how? And I don't have a problem with it. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
So you want me to show you how now?
If you say you consider economic development.
So I think when you just start talking about community development block grant as a whole, the grandmother of them all from 1971, the whole purpose of CDBG was to provide services for the good of the community. So when you look at, of course, this area, which of course is a food desert, area that we talk about all the time, you talk about 200 units of public housing. In that area, what it does, it serves as a nucleus. It serves pretty much as an economic stimulant, Mr. Commissioner, if you will. From that standpoint, now it allows for us to be able to have conversations with other healthy food choices to be sure that there's a nucleus that has been a commitment, not only from the city, but there's been a commitment also from a third party. So based on that, now we're able to further have other conversations. Similar to Beacon Station, no different. When you start talking about serving as an economic stimulant, we always want to go to the grocery stores and healthy food choices, but at some point, there has to be a commitment in the nucleus. So this allows us to take a step further from a nucleus perspective.
And that's good to hear. This is my district, so I'm glad to hear that it's happening. Good stuff. But so let me just ask you one final question. I'm gonna move on. What is HCD's involvement going to be with this past disapproval?
So I mean, I think what it does for us is allows for us to be able to further say that we're staying true to our mission, that everything we do is not just in Laney Walker, Bethlehem. And as you see now, there's been a concentration and a focus on other areas that are denoted not only as food deserts, but who need those products that we just got through talking about EZs and OZs and those things. So it's the first step, but it's a first step based on a commitment that's already made by a nonprofit entity. So our mission sort of speaks to our partnerships, and it speaks to being sure that we do what? Hold the hand of our partners to be sure that they succeed and they sustain for long periods of time. So for me, I'm very happy that you're asking me these questions. For me, it allows us to be able to pledge allegiance to our mission and say that we're true to that.
Yes, sir. And final question for real this time. You're a pastor, so you understand where I'm going with this one. This is my last close. Has any other agencies or organizations received funding like this for purposes like this through your office, or is this the first of its kind?
Yeah, we can sort of speak to that,
okay,
if you would.
Yes, sir. So with the Community Development Block Grant Public Facilities, the most recent projects that come to my mind were the bathroom expansions at the Salvation Army Center of Hope. Those were in 2017, I believe. And the one before that was the kitchen installation at the Jesse Norman School of the Arts. Historically, Augusta, I think, has done other public facility projects, but those were ones that I know that members of our team were involved with in the last few years.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lewis, Commissioner Lewis.
Yes, this is a question to the pastor. Are you a 501c3?
Yes, sir.
Right now, currently, how long has this particular program that you are requesting this funding for, how long has you been in operation?
We received our 501c3 in, I want to say, 2010. Don't quote me on that, but I know it's been over a decade.
Is this the only location you've ever been, or this is a second location or third location since your inception of your program?
Well, we began our nonprofit in Atlanta, and I moved to Augusta shortly after receiving our 501c3. Now, the Purpose Center, that particular project started about 18 months ago, rolling up on 2 years. So if my nonprofit as a whole, it's been 10, 11, 12 years. But the Purpose Center, that property, that's been around 18 months, coming up on 2 years here pretty soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move that we, I'd like to make a motion that we extend this. Beg your pardon?
To approve it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner voting.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, committee. I believe that's all.
Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you.
Engineering Service Committee will come to order. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I would ask my colleagues for consent agenda items number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and finally 11. I would look for a motion to that effect.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go straight from the top.
Okay, that takes us to item number 3.
Thank you.
Consider a proposal from Goodwin Mills Cadwood, Inc. to provide engineering services for Utilities Department, Fort Gordon, NPW Irrigation Water Storage Tank Project.
Consider. All righty then. Mr. Mr. Director Bynes, use those words.
Yeah, we will be looking at.
So what are we considering?
We're considering whether or not to accept the proposal, which is really it should have said request to approve. It is a replacement of the non-potable tank at Fort Gordon.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had anything else for us to consider other than what we see.
So just wanted y'all to consider it. Yes, sir.
But not approve it.
Please approve. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Motion to consider to approve this item. Thank you. A motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
And I'm going to second it.
Oh, there's a second. All right, we have a motion and a second. There is some further discussion, it appears, in the chute. We'll go to District 6 Commissioner Tony Lewis.
No,
No? Okay, now no. Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue and vote by the usual sign.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next agenda item.
That would be 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve a resolution authorizing the termination of an intergovernmental agreement between Augusta Economic Development Authority and Augusta Richmond County, as well as consenting and agreeing to Augusta Engineering Departments submitting an application for funding under Tier Band 1 not to exceed $13 million directly to Department of Transportation and entering into an intergovernmental agreement, IGA agreement, directly between Augusta Engineering and Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I just want all parties involved, the Augusta Economic Development Authority, as well as Augusta Engineering, on the record here, if you would, please. If you would come up so that we can we can ensure that we have on the record that this is what.
With Cal here, I would need to make a correction.
Oh.
Augusta Economic Development instead of Augusta Engineering.
Oh, Augusta Economic Development, Augusta Engineering is a part of this too as well. Is that correct? So I need Dr. Malik as well.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. Okay, so talk to me.
So this goes back to an item from November where we approved the intergovernmental agreement between Augusta, us, to submit a local application on behalf of the city. We would handle the project, submit reimbursements through finance, and then those reimbursements would go to GDOT and then back through us. We're basically taking that middle step out, and we will contract directly with GDOT to deliver the project directly to GDOT.
You're taking us out.
I wouldn't call it that. Instead of putting your staff through the work in the middle but having no responsibility for the end project, removing your staff from having to work in the middle when they're not liable for the end project.
Okay. Do you have something to add to that before we get to some discussion potentially? Director Malik.
No, sir. The original request came when the process was not clear. So now we all clear with GDOT. So the direct dealing the EADA and GDOT is a better way to proceed.
Okay, and Madam Administrator, did you have anything to add to this equation?
No, it has been previously stated. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Motion to approve.
I'm gonna second it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, commissioners vote by the usual sign. Commissioner District 3. There we go.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next agenda item.
Happily. An adjournment, right?
That's right. The engineering service is adjourned. Come on, Finance.
I'll call Finance Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
Is there, I'd like to consent item number 6.
Number 6, okay.
And item number 4.
6.
Okay.
And I'll receive a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
This motion is second. Voting.
Don't be afraid.
Ms. Scott, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Ms. Pulliam. Let's try it again. Thank you. It's unanimous.
All right. Item number 1.
Item 1 is presentation.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Bonner. I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Guilfoyle.
You
I'm
didn't
sorry.
want to hear the preliminary financial report from the finance director on this one?
Well, we consented it.
Right.
You
I
voted
actually
for
had
it.
it, and then I took it back off. Okay, that'd be
Okay.
fine.
All right. Item number 1.
Presentation by Reverend Melvin Ivy of the Greater St. John Baptist Church regarding taxes for properties at 1953 Ellis Street, solid waste collection fee.
All right. Reverend Ivy, please state your name and your address for the record.
Melvin Ivy, 1948 Ellis Street, Augusta, Georgia. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of this commission, to the mayor. Wanted to just speak briefly concerning something that came to my attention in reference to the taxes. After I was looking at the bill that I got from our tax commissioner, my concern is that we acquired a building that had been vacant 4 to 5 years. And I looked at the notice, and it stated that there was some taxes that was due. I noticed there's a solid waste fee that was added. Now, if the building has been vacant and we just put it into use, I don't think the services have been rendered for that particular use of those taxes. So I want to bring it to the attention of this commission because the tax office told me I had to come here because they didn't have the authority to waive that fee. I also spoke with a young man a little earlier, and he asked me about, apparently they went out and looked at the building and took a picture, said there was a couple of waste cans there at the facility. And like I shared with him, if you know anything about Harrisburg, you might see anything at any time because we have about 4 or 5 grocery carts that has accumulated at the church that people just leave them there. And I also pointed out to him there were 2 waste cans, one painted with graffiti and another one just sitting there. Probably about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years ago, they tore down a building and they just push it whatever's next door. So my main concern is how do we deal with just $310.50 for services that was not rendered.
Okay. Let's go to the commissioner from the 10th, Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Reverend Ivy, as far as you had purchased this building and under Sky Holdings, is that correct?
It was somebody out west, Midwest somewhere.
I mean, that's who's showing that's
okay.
The taxpayer on this right now on the GIS. 1953 Ellis Street.
Right. They had purchased it at an auction. Then we got involved with the people who actually owned it, so we had to buy it back from them.
Okay.
To get the property.
From this moment forward, are you going to need the trash can at all, Mr. Ivy?
We have no plans for it. We use the building for a food and clothes pantry,
right?
Which is something that we service the community, and we also provide a need when we're contacted by Golden Harvest. We just go in, provide food and clothes for people that are in distress, and pretty much it's directly across from the church. So any waste that we have, we just take it back over and drop it in our trash cans and wait on. Hopefully, the trash man will show up on Thursday or Friday.
All right, so I believe the only thing next in line to call 311, have them pick up the container because it's not going to be used. You have not used it before. My motion is to exempt this fee.
There's a motion and a second to exempt this fee. We have a few other comments in the queue before we move forward. Commissioner from the 5th, Mr. Williams.
I had a motion to exempt this fee, and I go along with everybody else on what they want to do with this. I was just waiting to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, there's a motion and a second. Voting. We won't even acknowledge that.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Mr. Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, hold on, let's
just to make sure
hold on
I'm
one
talking.
second, sir. Hold on. Let's publish the result of the vote first.
Okay.
Unanimous.
Okay, Mr. Guilfoyle.
All right. Just to make sure I'm not out of bounds, when we originally implemented the trash service for Augusta Richmond County, fortunately the commission at that time had made some modification. Any commercial, any farms, any residential over 200 linear feet from the easement to the corner of the house was exempt. So that'll fall underneath your category, Mr. Ivy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 2, Ms. Bonner.
Item 2 is to consider a request from Ms. Ernisha Wright of the Georgia Soul Organization to discuss partnership opportunities and financial support options from the City of Augusta.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wright. Welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Major Retired Ernisha Wright, 1816 Eva Lane, Hepzibah, Georgia.
All right, please proceed.
Does it pull up? And then we have handouts for everyone. So good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, City of Augusta. My name is Major Retired Ernisha Wright. I'm the founder of the Georgia Soul, and we are here today to ask for partnership and support from the city. The Georgia Soul began as a women's basketball organization in January of 2016 and has since grown into a men's professional basketball team that competes in the third largest pro league in the United States, the Basketball League. We have the honor of having our president of the TBL, former NBA player David Magley, here today to attest the quality of our team and the impacts of the league on the City of Augusta. The Georgia Soul was founded based on my passion for giving back to the community, particularly through the game of basketball. Not everybody can make it to the NBA, the WNBA, or play overseas professionally. We are a place that continues to develop individuals with their skills, whether it's a coach, a player, our cheerleaders, our dancers, or our staff. The Georgia Soul can help fulfill dreams or help individuals develop to get to the next level. In just 3 seasons, the women's team won a national championship in 2017, where we were honored by the mayor here down at the Commons in Augusta. We won 2 region championships in 2016 and 2017. The women's team ended in 2021, but one of our major sponsors, who's now my business partner, Mr. Luke and Breedlove, he decided to become my business partner. And that just shows you a testament of the organization, the positive impact that we've had on the community. The men's team was formed, and last year we went 17-2. We won the South Atlantic Regional Championship. Our organization is made up of many professionals, like one of the few NBA players that came out of this area, Bontigo Cummins from Thompson, Georgia. We have provided a platform for better opportunities for individuals in our organization. The team is headed to Canada on Thursday to compete, and we're currently #1 in our division and 13-3. Our organization is more than just basketball. We have participated in over 50 community and charity events since our existence, volunteering at places and events and providing free basketball clinics. The Master's Table Soup Kitchen and the Ronald McDonald House are two of our most visited community volunteer locations. The Georgia Soul has done great things since its birth, and we believe that we can do even more with your support. We've envisioned the economic impact that the Georgia Soul has had on our city of Augusta. With more partnership and support from the city, it can grow even more. Mr. Luke and Breedlove is going to speak to the economic impact.
Mr. Breedlove, name and address for the record, please.
Luke and Breedlove, 428 Warren Way, McDonough, Georgia. I'm going to talk about the Georgia Soul's economic impact here in Augusta, Georgia. 85% of the dollars that are spent, earned, or donated to the Georgia Soul ends up in the hands of Augusta, Georgia-based business. Independent studies show that to be true. We actually had a study done on one of the tournaments that we hosted here in January, and the Augusta Sports Council seconded that, saying that the event impacted the community by $34,804, and that was a one-day event. Using that same calculation provided by the Augusta Sports Council, we estimate the economic impact provided by the Georgia Soul to the city of Augusta to be $459,412 over a total of 4 seasons. Those figures don't include the 2023 season with the TBL, which is our first year as a professional team. We were semi-pro before that. With the TBL, we're now a professional team, and those figures don't include that. So how will this partnership with Augusta benefit the businesses in the local community here in Augusta? We estimate, with your help, that our income from ticket and season pass sales will be $288,000, season sponsorships $100,000, game day and merchandise sales $24,000, the City of Augusta partnership from you guys $250,000, and total season income of $662,000. Using that same rubric to find the impact for the city, we would impact the city by $562,700 for the year of 2024. This partnership will directly benefit industries like hotel and lodging, the Greater Augusta Chambers of Commerce, food and beverage, print and design, education, entertainment, shopping and retail sales, and many more. The Georgia Soul employs 45 staff members, local businesses, and vendors, and give them an opportunity to earn additional income to help offset the increasing cost of living that we're experiencing today. We will also introduce Augusta and our business community to traveling teams, fans, and families. As Ernisha said, we've got the president of the Basketball League here with us, Mr. David Magley.
Mr. Magley?
Yes.
Okay, name and address for the record, please.
David Magley, 5012 Midland Street, Noblesville, Indiana. University of Kansas, great call. Also a former Jayhawk. So I'm just going to go through real quickly who we are. This is a vision that, as my wife often says, is a God-given vision that she doesn't apologize for. She's the first female and the first African American to own a male pro sports league, and we often say this does not make her special just because of who she is, but because of what she is. She's also a mom. And we look at our young men much more than just athletes. We look at them as being someone that has a chance to impact communities, that we want to design our product and our brand to be community assets. So our young men get financial literacy classes. Our young men go through a counseling program, if need be, with chaplains on every single team that we have. And we're trying to raise them up to be more than just entertainers, but see themselves as entrepreneurs themselves. So that, like Tigo behind me, they can be coaches, or they can be executives, or they can be team market owners like these young people. And that's what our vision is. Our league started, we now have 4 guys that have played in the NBA. We've had over 30 guys play in the NBA G League and hundreds play around the world. We also have dancers, a dancer from this squad that's now with the Atlanta Hawks. We have DJs that have gone on to bigger things in the NBA. We've had announcers. So we really are a showcase league that does things greater than that. Our league is 6 years old. We grew from 8 to 10 to 12. A very systematic growth plan was interrupted by something called COVID. We had very little to do at that point. We shut down 3 days before the NBA did and decided our only option was to double down. So instead of going away talking RTL, we went from 12 teams to 29 in the height of COVID. We had 29 teams start and 29 teams finish. Some of our markets were allowed to have 105 fans, double masked, double vaccinated. Others, like Kokomo, Indiana, had 2,000 fans and 4 masks. It's just the country that we live in. We're now at 49 teams with 3 teams in Canada and 46 throughout the U.S., from Seattle to Sarasota, from San Diego to St. John's, Newfoundland. The long-term projected goal is that we're going to have 64 U.S. teams, 24 Canadian teams, an 88-team league that will be triple or quadruple the size of the NBA. And we call ourselves pro because all of our players get paid. That's what makes us something of professional basketball. More than that, though, we want to be an asset to your community. This is an amazing community. As I look at the wonderful diversity on this board that's working together to approve all these things that we've just sat through and watched you all do, I'm impressed. And I think that we have a chance to impact it with the proper support and the vision that they do here. If you haven't been to a game, entertaining, great dancers, great mascot, the level of play is fantastic, and they do everything well. So we thank you all, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Magley. Are there any other comments, Ms. Wright, Mr. Breedlove? Okay. I don't see any comments from my colleagues. I'll start the comments off. I've had an opportunity to attend the Georgia Soul games, and they're unique. They're very unique. So I'll just start off by saying thank you for what you're doing. I like to come and pop up every now and then, and lots of children in there, like you just had Teachers Week, or it's Teachers Appreciation, and things of that nature. So what you're doing to give back, I think, is honorable. So thank you. It reminds me a lot of going down to the Lynx game when I was a kid, going down to the Civic Center with my dad to see the Lynx play, or even, in middle school or high school, going to see the Riverhawks, even the arena football, the Stallions. Like, it really reminds me of that. And so the potential that you all have, in my mind, in my estimate, is exponential. But we do have someone in the queue. We'll pass the floor to Commissioner from the 8th, Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for you. In the other cities that you have teams, what is traditionally the partnership that you have within the city in regards to how much is given each year?
It really varies from, a lot of our markets are small, so some of them are as small as $20,000 or $30,000 because that's a large part of their budget. Others, it could be as high as $300,000 or $400,000. Typically, those are larger Canadian markets that have to offset the cost of ice. When you play, part of the vision, I think, is to play in the proper arena. The arena costs in these can be really difficult when you have to cover a floor, whether there's ice or not down. The cost of a subfloor and a main floor, bringing things in and out, just costs a lot. So this business line typically doesn't make a lot of money in season. That gets a good investment over time because the valuations grow. So that's what they need help with.
All right. So, what city can you give us a comparable to Augusta? Roughly 200,000 people.
I would say a similar market to that would be something like a Charlottetown, PEI, Prince Edward Island in Canada. They're marketed. There's another town in Sudbury, Ontario. These are 2 new markets that are coming this year. In the last year, they were able to receive, I think Charlottetown received 260,000, and the Sudbury team was closer to 350.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to start off by saying I've been to several of the games as well, and myself, my family, we really, really enjoy them. My son always has a really great time, so thank you so much. People always talk about there's nothing to do in Augusta, but there's always something to do in Augusta, so I wanted to put that plug in there. Ms. Weidman, what do you see as far as when you're talking about partnership opportunities and financial support? So what do those partnership opportunities, what do they look like to you?
Partnership opportunities from the city?
Yes.
So I think we demonstrated on one of the slides about $250,000, which will allow us to put money back into different operational costs. And I know my business partner has all of that stuff broken down.
So based on our budget for next year, we're looking at about $442,000. Okay, so what's interesting about that is of that $400,000, $337,000 we're going to spend right back in this community. I mean, the pamphlets that you guys have in your hands came from an Augusta-based business. right? And if I would have ordered those online somewhere, those dollars would have gone. They would have left our community. And we never would have seen them again. So all of the people that come out to the events, they want food. You know, they want entertainment. You know, we have you know, hotels that we have partnered with, teams that come into town. We have restaurants. I mean, we impact so many businesses here in this community with the show that we put on, and it doesn't stop there. You know, we have children that we provide opportunities to, and we don't charge anyone for anything. We do youth camps, you know, we do mentorship programs, and they're all free. You know, you asked earlier, you know, do you guys do any fundraisers? Well, we do fundraisers, but all of the funds that are raised go to whatever the fundraiser or the event is that we're helping out at. So we don't take anything from that. And I think the last thing I'd like to say is, you know, we understand that any community that's in a phase of growth, there are two things that they really, really invest in: their youth and making sure that their money stays in their community. Those two things you can't deny. And when these kids show up and they look at these basketball players, they are in awe. And most of our players are college graduates. Heck, half of our players are local teachers. Okay? So the celebrity that these guys carry and the impact that has on this community and these children, it's priceless.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Scott, District 9.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say also, I have been to several games, and the entertainment is very well. The kids are engaged, and I know we do so much, and we ask that to do something for our kids, that they need to be off the street. They need to do something different. What Georgia Soul has committed, without any commitment from the city, to do this. It's just wonderful to see the kids that's there, that you all have provided an opportunity for them to see a professional basketball team, which they probably would never get an opportunity to see because of not going to Atlanta to be there. So I think we need to consider something. I want to know, have interim administrator, have you looked into this at all?
No. This is my first knowledge of the amount of the request, as well as considering a conversation with the finance department. So at the will of the commission, that will determine our next steps.
Okay. Is that all, Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Okay, so Administrator Dawes, would it be in order if this committee wanted to approve this ask of $250? What would be the motion that you would present to that effect if we wanted to go that route?
A motion to allow the administrator to bring back recommendations for funding sources.
Okay, is there a motion to that effect from a committee member?
I motion it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it. I'm sorry, Commissioner Pulliam.
Second.
All right. All right, there's a motion and a second to allow the administrator to bring back recommendations. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
That motion carries 3-1, with Mr. Guilfoyle voting no.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Thank you all. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is a motion to approve the recommendation of SPLOST 8 projects to receive bond funding.
All right, Administrator Dowse.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to first give kudos to our finance department, specifically our finance director, Donna Williams, and our deputy director, Tim Schreier. A couple of weeks ago, we had the opportunity to meet with several individuals that came to Augusta. We toured them around the city so they could assist us with our bond financing and bond rating information. In December of 2020, the commission adopted our SPLOST 8 package, which totaled a little more than $250 million. Of that amount, the voters allowed Augusta to bond up to $30 million in bond
Ms.
financing.
Dowse, can you suspend for a moment? We're going to let the mayor and the 5th District Commission to finish their conversation. Thank you, Ms. Dowse. Please proceed.
The agenda item presented before you today includes 4 projects in which we have declared to be shovel-ready. The first would be RCCI facility of $11 million. The second would be Dias Park, totaling $6 million. Fleming Park at $5 million, and renovations to Newman Tennis Center in the amount of $4 million. These 4 projects total $26 million, and if approved, we will move forward with having those scheduled with the financing company, as well as bringing it back for presentation and approval by the commission.
All right, Commissioner from the 8th, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Administrator, it's okay, Chairman?
Please.
So in regard to these projects, if we go out for bonds for all of these, will they all be occurring concurrently, or will they be tiered in some certain way?
No, most of them will be constructed concurrently. Some of those projects that you see listed before are ready to begin as soon as funding has been approved. The RCCI facility is just a little bit ways out. They're still working on finalizing what the actual plan will be for that one, so that one will probably be the one that will take the longest. Please note that these figures were estimated in 2020, actually a little bit earlier before that, more around 2019. So we are expecting some cost overruns, but we'll have to mitigate that at that particular time. But I did want you to be aware that we are not stating that what is presented before you will be the last time that you will hear anything concerning financing needs for these various projects.
Okay. I was just, the way that you had them tiered in the book, I wasn't sure if they were going to take place in that order or not, so I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I listed them in numerical order.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner from the 4th, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's for the administrator. These, what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4 entities here, were these the only ones that met the criteria? In other words, being the shovel-ready and being in condition to move forward? These were the only 4?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, 11, 6. Now I'm wondering, did it, we said 30 million, so 17, this is 26. And so you left at 26 due to the potential cost overruns? Is that what that is about?
No, sir. The amounts that are presented before you are the amounts that were approved for those respective projects in SPLOST 8. And just not to take it all the way up to the $30 million mark, $26 million, as well as the 4 projects that have been identified are the ones that we deem shovel-ready.
Right. So I wasn't here when all of this SPLOST was done. Do you have what exactly is going to go on, say, for instance, at RCCI or Dias Park or any of that?
Sure. So
just a little short synopsis.
Sure. RCCI is the construction of a new facility. Oh. I will state that the $11 million that was approved was less than what was requested originally. And as a result, we are expecting the scope of the project to change to adjust to current market conditions as well as what has been approved financially. Dias Park as well will be the construction of a new facility. You may be familiar with what's there now. Parks and Recreation recently concluded a brand new park establishment with the swing sets and monkey bars and so on and so forth for the children. But the facility that's currently standing has not been declared as historic and therefore can be demolished.
Okay, that was my next question.
Fleming Park, this body has recently seen some additions or some conceptual plans for that park. And if you recall, this park will be part of a memorial project for the Melquam Robinson family. And then Newman Tennis Center will undergo some facade rehabs, as well as the clubhouse will be renovated and the tennis courts will also be resurfaced. This will also include a lighting project and some additional upgrades as far as technology is concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, let's move to Commissioner from the 5th, Mr. Williams. Now you may speak.
No, I have a simple question. You know, we've been looking at doing the lighting in all of our parks. Is this something where we can put it in there where we can get the lighting done at the different parks, Bay Park, Bayville, all the parks that we, mostly all of the parks don't have lighting. So is this something that we could probably put to be bonded also?
Well, there was not a specific line item for park lighting, and we are on the front end of SPLOST 8 collections. SPLOST requires us to start a project and be almost at project completion before we can reallocate funding to other projects. So we do have a long-term plan to attack some of the aging facility infrastructure needs at our various parks and recreation centers. So
Okay.
that is on the list, however, it is not itemized
Okay, how
in the
far-
fashion in which you're asking
How far
today.
down is it?
Well, as I stated, we have to first,
Well, somebody just told me, did we allocate some ARP funds for lighting? ARP funds for lighting?
was that ARP for Fleming Tennis Center?
Okay, but.
So I can't speak with certainty the answer to that question. I can have a definitive response for you next week.
Okay, so my question is, somewhere down the line with this bonding or something, we have a plan to do the lighting in Augusta.
That's correct.
Okay.
In our parks.
In all of our parks. So how far away is that? Because we've been putting that off for a while. And I have people calling me all the time, they're tired of these Georgia Power lights.
Well, we put it off primarily for a lack of funding. But once we start a project and bring that project near completion to determine if there's funding that can be reallocated to other uses such as park lighting, that's exactly where we will be able to reap those benefits and reallocate those funds.
Okay, now that's something.
So I can't give you a time frame as you're requesting now.
Well, I understand that, but that's something I will be pursuing due to the fact that it's our kids that suffer, you know, because of certain things that we've done. It's our kids that suffer in the long term. So I won't pursue it anymore, but I'll be calling you, and I'll get in the elevator and come up to your office, and we'll sit down, and we can talk or what have you. But this is something that we need to solve also. And there are just some things that need to be done in Augusta, or we're just gonna have to either go in the rainy day, or the dry day, or whatever kind of day, but we're just gonna have to get the money to make Augusta better. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I want to add to that before we move on to our next commissioner in the queue, is that in the Old Town and downtown area, we spent a little under $200,000, if I'm not mistaken, on solar lights that have since been a very great addition to that community. Maybe along the lines of what Commissioner Williams is asking for, we can explore solar lights at our parks. And not only just that, but across the areas where we know that, you know, we're having an issue with street lighting. So let's also keep solar lighting on the table as well, because it was a very cost-efficient way of solving a tough issue. So I just want to add that to the piece as well. Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dowse, I just have one question in reference to SPLOST 8, and I see Fleming Park, and I know there's going to be a lot of upgrades to Fleming Park, but is Fleming Tennis Center a part of SPLOST 8, or was it a part of SPLOST 7? The upgrades at Fleming, the Mock Academy in specific.
So Fleming Tennis Center was a part of SPLOST 8, here it is, to the tune of $3 million. They have already reaped the benefit of upgrades to lighting, as well as resurfacing their courts. The $3 million will be used to rehab their facility, their main camping area for the children, as well as bathrooms, which are bathrooms.
So is it, am I understanding you to say that it does not include the indoor facility that they are requesting?
No, it does.
The indoor tennis, now not the restroom, but indoor tennis.
So the $3 million will include renovations to the facility where they hold camp inside the building and the bathroom that is a separate building at Fleming Tennis Center.
But they currently right now doesn't have anything that's indoor except the office. Except the offices. They don't have any indoor facilities right now. But there was a proposal from them that they have the two of the courts were supposed to be made indoor courts.
Commissioner, my apologies, and thank you, Attorney Brown, for clarifying. An indoor tennis facility is not in the plan.
It's not in the plan.
No, sir. While I would love for it to be in the plan, it is not in the plan.
Okay. And it was never put in the plan.
I have never seen it in the plan. So if it was in the plan prior to me being in this position, that may be the case, but I have never heard of an indoor tennis facility.
Okay.
Director McDowell is behind
Yes.
me. He speaks often with
Okay.
Fleming Tennis Center staff and can assist in this matter.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you,
Mr.
Director McDowell.
Yes. To answer your question, Commissioner, so we have been submitted a plan by Mock Academy to enclose 3 of their courts to create a indoor tennis facility. We've met with them on the grounds to see if it's feasible. Looking at the land space they have available, it may not be. We'll be working with the USTA Tennis Association to kind of look at some designs, and hopefully they can provide us some conceptuals and pay for that, as well as working with our internal team, ISM, who's helping us move forward on these projects. So we're having that conversation. We haven't said yes or no yet. We just got to make sure that we have the land capacity to do so at that particular site. But they are looking to enclose 3 of the courts to create an indoor tennis facility to include restrooms as part of that project.
All right, thank you. Thank you, McDowell.
Thank you, sir. Does that conclude your questions, Commissioner? Okay, he's out the queue. Commissioner Guilfoyle, District 10, you're recognized.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, committee. That adjourns finance.
Yeah, I can't find mine. Receive a report and recommendation.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner McKnight. I'm sorry. We have one item that I omitted. Item number 5. So sorry.
Item 5, receive a report recommendation from the administrative staff regarding payment from the Augusta Library. Oh, man. We forgot that one.
Okay, item number 5, Commissioner Williams.
Yes, sir. How's everybody doing? Can I get Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Best to come on up to the microphone? Come on, Ms. Best. I called your name specifically. I want everybody to know you're on the library board. I tell you what I'd like to do first, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go to Ms. Interim Administrator Dowse and let her tell me what she's come up with. She told me I beat up a couple of weeks ago. So I'm going to close my mouth and let her talk, and then let Mr. Mitchell talk, and let Ms. Best say, hey, if that's what she wants to do.
Okay.
So, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Ms. Dowse.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, and thank you to Commissioner Williams. Myself, Donna Williams, our finance director, and Mr. Emmanuel Mitchell have met and spoken numerous times to develop a plan, one in which we feel confident that will benefit both Augusta and the Augusta Public Library. While it is no secret that, yes, their facility size has increased, and with that increase comes additional costs to utilities and just the maintenance of the facility, it has placed a burden on the Augusta-Richmond County Public Library system. And today we are working with an estimated deficit of about $1.3 million. Thank you. We are working with a deficit amount of about $1.3 million. The plan I would like to present to you today for approval has been accepted by the library board, and it will propose splitting the $1.3 million in half, which brings a responsibility of $650,000 to the library and $650,000 to Augusta. On the library side, that $650,000 will be further split into two cash payments, the first received in fiscal year 2023 in the amount of $325,000, and the second will be received and paid in the fiscal year of 2024 in the exact amount of $325,000. Of Augusta's $650,000 portion, that amount will further be split into $325,000 will be added as an increased funding level to their FY24 budget. The increase will become effective in the fiscal year following payment 1 from the Augusta Library. And the second $325,000 will be increased to their funding level budget of FY 2025. Now, to ensure that the library is able to make their payroll as well as make all other obligations as far as operating expenses are concerned, Augusta will begin in June of 2023 by netting their salary, because Augusta currently pays all of their salaries for their staff, and then the library currently reimburses Augusta. But instead of the library reimbursing Augusta, Augusta will net their salary costs from their current monthly appropriation, which right now is a little more than $240,000. Once their payroll expenses have been offset, we will then send the library the difference, which is a little more than $100,000. Again, these are not actual amounts, and we have not ran this plan by the Augusta Law Department, as we just finalized this option late last night. So I would ask you to allow time for the Law Department to review, just to ensure that this plan does not violate any type of state regulations that may be present.
Can we hear from legal now before we move forward?
Legal has not reviewed the
Okay, that's
plan,
right.
so it may be premature for them to do so.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Mitchell.
All right. Well, thank you all. And also thank you, Ms. Dowse and Ms. Williams, for taking this opportunity to work with the library to move forward. Of course, you know the library is a quality of life institution for Augusta, and it's where everyone begins their voyage of love for reading and improved literacy. It is our goal as the library to eradicate this debt. This is a step in the right direction as far as eliminating this debt and being able to provide more resources to the Augusta community. Although we would prefer that the debt was completely eradicated, but we will take the deal that's on the table to move forward with.
Okay. Ms. Bess? Mr. Williams he requested that you say something, so you have the floor.
Something. How about that? Okay. I'm just here for support, but I hope that, and I'm pretty sure that you all know the impact and the importance of the Augusta-Richmond County Library. And I think that Mr. Mitchell and the Board of Directors for the library are committed to working with the City of Augusta in whatever way we can, providing whatever resources we can to our children. I believe that most of you know, and in particular Commissioner McKnight, are aware of the impact that the Augusta Public Library had during COVID, the resources that we provide. So obviously, you know the impact and the importance of the Augusta Richmond County Library. We are committed to working with the city to take care of this issue. Again, we would love for the debt to be wiped out, but we understand that we have to work with our bodies in order to make the city grow in the right direction. So we look forward to resolving this issue.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner for the 9th. Ms. Scott.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the administrator. I thought when the last time they came before us, or we had this conversation, I thought it was that some of us on the commission wanted this this debt eradicated to zero, not to have any debts with them. So could you tell me, is it something different that's being negotiated now?
No, ma'am. The directive I received was to work with Mr. Mitchell, which is exactly what I've done for the past several weeks, in presenting a plan to the commission on how the debt will be repaid. And then if the commission chooses to vote otherwise, then that's exactly how we would move forward as well. And then a plan to ensure that the debt does not increase in the years to come also.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Scott. Okay, Commissioner from the 10th, you're recognized. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
This for the administrator, Ms. Dowse, is next Tuesday be ample time for the attorney, I guess that'll be for the attorney to look over it, make sure we ain't stepping on any laws that we shouldn't, et cetera?
Attorney Brown is on you.
I'm not exactly sure what's involved with it. I normally would say at least 2 weeks if it can come back to committee.
I mean, this is our staff that we listen to all the time. Now we're not going to listen? Help me out with this.
If you care to put it forth for next week, we will move as fast as we can. If we are there, we're there. If we're not, I will let you know.
Okay, so from what I hear, there's an appetite to approve this report, but we need to make sure that it's legal. And so would a proper motion be, and I can't make it, but would a proper motion be to approve contingent upon the attorney's review? And that's the question. Because we've been going around this block for a while, we just want to make sure that we can move forward with this. Commissioner from the 2nd.
Are we going to, in light of what, thank you, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
in light of Commissioner Scott's comment and what I'm hearing, are we going to discuss eradicating everything completely, or no?
I think in this regard, because the legal department hadn't had an opportunity to review what the administrator has given us, I would suggest that we approve this contingent upon his approval, his review, and then at our commission meeting on Tuesday, which I hope we'll have this ready to come back on Tuesday, that we'll have an opportunity to talk through it and figure things out. Is that not a proper
motion
posture?
to approve?
Okay, so there is a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Commissioner from the 10th.
Mr. Chairman, I was not finished
I'm sorry, sir.
discussing. The last thing we need to do is make put somebody in a position to where they're going to make a wrong judgment or wrong opinion. And you heard Attorney Brown, normally it takes 2 weeks. I mean, their paychecks are still going to be written. There's no rush for it to be done next Tuesday. And, you know, I believe the whole thing is, somebody said eradicating. I don't know about that. I mean, the administrator and the finance and went through this whole process with the library. So, I mean, anyway, I would like to make a substitute motion, send it back to committee to give ample time for the attorney to do his due process.
Okay, there's a substitute motion on the floor to send back to committee in 2 weeks. Is there a second? Okay, the substitute fails due to lack of a second. We're going to vote on the main motion. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Commissioner Wicks. Okay, voting, Ms. Bonner.
Go ahead.
That motion carries 3-1, with Mr. Guilfoyle voting no.
All right, thank you. That concludes finance.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, I'd like to call public safety to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda item?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, if there are no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to consent items numbers 4, 5, 6, and 8. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second, voting. All right.
It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. May we start from the top?
Okay.
All right.
Item 1.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Item 1, consider a request from Mr. John Ryan regarding adoption of the National Fire Protection Association NFPA 3000 as the standard guideline for active shooter or hostile event situations in the city of Augusta.
Okay. Do we need to ask Mr. Ryan to, state his address, name, please?
Good afternoon. My name is John Ryan, and I reside at 639 River North Drive in North Augusta, South Carolina.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and thank you for the work that you do for our community. It's been very enlightening here today, and so I just wanted to say that. Thank you. I'd like to just take a moment and educate the members of the committee and the council at large on the only national consensus standard that exists on the topic of active shooter and hostile event response in the United States. So in November of 2017, the National Fire Protection Association, in response to a plea to do something and help standardize the collective public health and public violence crisis that we were experiencing, published the first edition of what they refer to as NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, standard number 3000. And it's a consensus standard that was informed by 60 subject matter experts from cross-disciplinary career fields and vocations, from public safety to public health to emergency medicine to legal to just the entire community. And so it's not, although the name would indicate otherwise, National Fire Protection Association, it's not a fire document. For example, the National Fire Protection Association publishes our National Electrical Code, right? They're just the preeminent national consensus standard organization in the United States. So the first thing is, don't let the name fool you, right? It's a well-informed document from law enforcement, EMS, fire, business owners, the entire community. It is a whole community document designed to give competencies and training recommendations for just that, the whole community. So from before an event happens, there are things that we can be encouraging and teaching and educating our public to be doing. During an event, there are best practices and lessons learned from, unfortunately, umpteen numbers of these events where the experts say this is the best way to survive something like this if, unfortunately, it happens. And perhaps, difficult to say most importantly, but not to be forgotten, is the planned recovery. Right? So if a community waits until the event happens and then tries to recover, they really spend a long time recovering, and it's really suboptimal. So planning in advance as if something like this will happen here makes good sense. So we had the rare opportunity to partner with NFPA, and we're offered the opportunity to be the first city in the country to formally adopt NFPA 3000 as our ASHER program standard, a framework, if you will, for the entire community. And to sort of make that happen, in January 2020, we hosted a symposium, and we had 256 stakeholders from across our community, and the entire thing was very well received. Sitting mayor at that time, Hardy Davis, came and he showed support. We had all the right people. We had first responders who elicited unified command at the Las Vegas Route 91 shooting come and speak to their experiences on unified command between police and fire at a scene like this. It was a great day, and the plan was moving forward for a whole year of education and training to adopt this standard. And of course, I said January 2020, and so shortly thereafter, the whole thing got sidelined by COVID. So we waited, and as COVID waned, the relationships had grown, and so we are now in concert with the local FBI office. We're in concert with the fire department. The sheriff's office is on board, and so we did it again in February of this year. February 7th, we had the symposium again, and we did all the right things again. The mayor was there, he spoke. We had the fire chief there, he spoke. We had the sheriff there, he spoke. And this collective front to the stakeholders in the audience, again, 256 of them, on this is the right stuff. This is what we're going to train our people on. This is how we're moving forward. And so in the ensuing weeks and months since February 7th, we've been doing just that. We have what is effectively a grassroots initiative that we have coined #StrongAugusta. And notice the strong is before Augusta, as opposed to #Buffalo Strong, #Orlando Strong, #Vegas Strong, what you see when the thoughts and prayers come out after the event, right? So we've got this grassroots movement going on where we're out there training folks on what to do during an event, training folks on how to recognize something going a little wrong before an event. The police and fire are unified in their approach. We have a very large-scale, full-scale exercise coming up on May 18th where they'll get an opportunity to practice all of this. And so there's all this good stuff going on. And what I'm here today to ask you guys is to formally adopt this as the framework. This is there's really no competition for this. It is the only consensus standard in the country that speaks to this topic. And yes, ma'am. Yeah, so it's the only consensus standard in the country that speaks to the topic. There is, to our knowledge at this point, and when the offer came in 2018 from NFPA to be the first city in the country to do this, that was 2018. There is, to my knowledge at this point, not a city in the country that has still done this. However, the state of Massachusetts has done it. I brought a copy of the bill that they used to adopt the standard. And the state of Virginia is on their way to adopting. But in Georgia, this would give Augusta an opportunity to be the catalyst to make this the framework, the consensus standardized framework that everyone in Georgia uses to plan for, respond to, and recover from this type of horrible event.
Okay, I'm gonna also listen, see what Chief Burden says, because I'm going to ask in a minute about the cost. But go ahead, Chief. Thank you.
Nope, I'll answer that question right up front. No cost, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, once again, Commission, Mayor Johnson. I cannot say enough about our partnership with Augusta University, particularly as it relates to active shooter and hostile events. You know, throughout this country, we've had to, communities have had to contend with over 199 events just this year alone. And most recently, to our partners to the west in the city of Atlanta. And so what this initiative says is that when it comes to the protection of our community and our citizens, we're going to be on one accord. We're going to plan for in advance of these type of incidences. So definitely want to extend an invitation to you all on May 18th. I can tell you that this initiative is receiving national attention in that each year our congressional leaders in Washington, D.C. meet with the fire service leaders and discuss topics and issues. And Mr. Ryan and myself will be representing the city of Augusta on the national stage presenting this initiative. And so once again, this is the city of Augusta taking a proactive approach to protecting the lives of our citizens.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go, I'm going to start with Commissioner Williams, District 5.
I think I'm good. I was just going to ask Chief if this was something that he endorses. That's about it.
Wholeheartedly. Yes, sir, I do. I also work with the International Association of Fire Chiefs, Terrorism and Homeland Security Committee, where we set forth and provide framework to lead fire departments throughout our entire nation. So this is, once again, a very proactive approach to protecting the lives of our citizens. It's not when, it's not if, it's when. And so we want to be ready. We want our city to be ready when it comes to these type of events.
Okay. I'm going to go Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chief, question for you, if that's okay? Sure.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So in regards to planning and adopting these policies, is this also something that the Sheriff's Department and potentially even the Marshal's Department should be part of as well?
Yes, sir. So NFPA, as Mr. Ryan mentioned, it really provides the framework from a community approach. So
let me just ask you a question. We know that Sheriff's Department is a elected office, so oftentimes they don't adopt Augusta's policies. So what happens if we move forward with this and the Sheriff's Department decides to not participate?
So actually, Mr. Ryan mentioned on February 7th, we had our kickoff symposium where the sheriff was present and voiced his support in this initiative. So we're on one accord. Honorable Mayor spoke and supports this initiative. I spoke and the sheriff office spoke. So we're on one accord as it relates to this.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I want to make a motion that we approve this, but also that at full commission, hopefully somebody from the Sheriff's Department will also be here to speak on behalf of their support for it as well, and the Marshal as well.
Okay. All right. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, too. Okay, Madam Clerk.
You're right.
Let's see. Did you want to go ahead and call?
I'm following your lead, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. All
Okay.
right. We'll go on to item number 2.
2?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, please.
Item number 2 is to present the Information Technology Department's 2023-25 Strategic Plan for Information.
Okay. All
Good
right.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayors, members of the Commission. Today, I present to you the Information Technology Department Strategic Plan for 2023 through 2025. The department develops a 3-year strategic plan as a blueprint to meet the technology needs of this organization each year, every 3 years. Annually, we actually have a project list that correlates with this strategic plan. Of course, the Augusta Information Technology Department's mission statement is that the Augusta Information Technology Department will deliver quality technology services that will empower our customers. Just to give you a little history of what we did on our last strategic plan, despite the various challenges that we experienced with the pandemic, in 2019 through 2021, we had 9% of our projects were canceled or either put on hold. Those projects were pretty much depending on the respective department as if to whether or not they wanted to proceed with those respective projects. 23% of those projects were rolled over and are currently being worked on in 2022, as well as rolled over into our 2023 timeline. 68% of those projects were completed for the 2019 through 2021 projects. So though we had a project list for 2022, as I've stated, we do an annual project list each year that correlates back into our annual our 3-year strategic plan. You will notice that 2022 is not actually captured in our strategic plan. We initiated our strategic planning last year in 2022, but of course we wanted it to be aligned with the overall city initiatives. And I understand that the city initiative strategic plan is still in its early stages. So we decided to go ahead and proceed because we are, accustomed to having a strategic plan for us to kind of schedule and set what we're looking forward to working on for the next 3 years. So when the city's plan is completed, though, please keep in mind we will go back and make sure that our projects align with the overall city's mission. We also kept our stakeholders at the table when we made these decisions. So we met with every respective department head and elected official to have these discussions on what they were looking at for their technology needs for the next 3 years. And once we had those meetings, then the leadership team gets back together and discusses those items, and we come up with the annual process. We have 10 initiatives, 10 technology initiatives that we make sure that each respective project that we work on is aligned with. Those initiatives are software consolidation. We want to make sure that we consolidate, optimize, and integrate software applications for efficiency and standardization. Open government, making sure that we enhance transparency. Of course, our public safety, to make sure that we have all our communication systems working properly for our public safety sector. Mobility and remote work, develop and provide mobile solutions for our public services and the Augusta employees to support for remote work. GIS, making sure that we actually are leveraging our geographical information systems. Also to make sure our infrastructure is in order and our voice and data communications are there to support the needs of the organization. We also want to make sure we have the security for a robust security framework, which includes training and awareness throughout the city, as well as data integrity, continuously improving our disaster recovery and our business continuity. We also have smart city initiatives so we can incorporate smart technologies, digital tools, and data analytics into our services, as well as our final initiative of our IT organization. Of course, you guys approved a plan in December for us to reorganize and realign our department and our staffing, and we do truly appreciate that. That plan actually falls under our IT organization, and that's a plan for acquiring, developing, and sustaining a strong and diverse information technology team that follows industry best practices. So now to go into our 2023 to 2025 projects, we have 64 projects. Each of these projects actually takes care of all elected officials and our departments. This is not all inclusive. Please keep in mind that your strategic plan is basically a living document, but it just does give you the framework and the blueprint in order to make right decisions that make sure that everything is processing efficiently and effectively. But every project that we do have for 2023 through 2025 is actually aligned to one of the initiatives that I just covered. Some of the example projects that we're working on is our software consolidation for the e-discovery for the Augusta Judicial Circuit, disaster recovery testing, data governance program, enterprise body camera solution, multi-factor authentication, and virtual environment replacement, which is one of the items that was just approved through this governing body. So with all of that being said, please note that this strategic plan is, again, just the base, and it just gives us something that we utilize in our department to move forward and to make respective plans for the technology needs of the organization. But all of these respective projects are still pending available funding and approval by this body. So I want to thank the leadership team in information technology because we take this very seriously and we work for months to get this plan developed. As we do that, I want to thank the department heads and all the elected officials for their continued support in developing this plan so that we'll have something to work from every 3 years. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
I want to thank you so much, Director Allen, for putting this together. Let's see, anybody have any questions? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Garrett.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for having a strategic plan that thinks ahead and, definitely sets your department apart from many of our others. But I just want to say that as we're moving forward and implementing this, and hopefully the commission will continue to support your efforts, and I'd like to receive this as information.
Okay. Receive as information. Okay. Motion second. We good to go.
Can we do it without objection, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let's do without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Moving right along. Let's
Item
see.
number 3, ma'am. Item 3 is to approve the replacement of obsolete computer equipment, includes laptops, computers, servers, printers, scanners, switches, routers, and vote phones, virtual environment backup solutions.
Okay.
So forth and so on.
Exactly. She said it well. We'll keep it short, Ms. Bonner.
Yeah.
We'll keep it
Motion
short.
to approve.
I'm going to second it, but I do have a question.
We got a
He's got a
commissioner
question.
from the 4th in the queue.
Yes, thank you. So with these replacements, laptops, computers, and whatnot, is there a possibility that those items that are being replaced, because they may be outdated as far as we're concerned here within this government, but they may be very, very useful at our school systems, recreation departments, or something of that nature? What do you normally do with those, and what is the plan?
For the school system, we normally don't give computers out to the school system because they utilize the Board of Education. But in the past, historically, we have given out computers to different community centers. Eastview was one of them, Sand Hills Community Centers. Jamestown was one community center we gave to in the past. Dowdy Park, thank you.
So in other words, we certainly can move them to areas of need. Maybe perhaps the interim administrator will take on the idea of places that we could possibly put them, or even some suggestions from the commission in terms of on the outside where we can put them. I can understand the school system thing. Also, I mean, we used to do this at Fort Gordon with my IT squad. They once we replaced the computers at Fort Gordon, we actually did give to Barton Chapel and other areas of schools that were in need, that you say may have them, or we don't deal with the school board. But to me, they're our kids too. And so I made sure that we had them at Barton Chapel, Meadowbrook, and other areas so that they could have those things that were needed as well, because a lot of times they don't get the resources that may be elsewhere. And so from that standpoint, that's what we did from time to time at Fort Gordon with our excess computers, laptops, printers, and those types of things. Madam Administrator, you're looking at me, yes.
I am. Commissioner, if you don't mind, could you please allow Information Technology to speak to their lottery program, which goes very far in assisting employees with obtaining equipment as well?
And there we go.
So what we've done in the past, we have actually had a lottery process for our actual obsolete equipment, but it has to be equipment that is still operable. You're exactly right. Some of the equipment may not be operable for our business needs, but we do also have equipment that may not even be operable for kids in the school system as well, because the school system does have a one-to-one program. So all of the students now for the kids go home with their respective computer. Right. So most of them, they don't have the desire or the need like they used to have. However, we do take them to if they are operable, we do take them out to the actual recreational sites and things of that nature if they do need them. So we do make sure we truly evaluate all the respective, I guess I want to say the abilities to utilize what we currently have before we dispose through the system.
And what type of disposal procedures do you have if, in fact, it does not go out to others and there are not lotteries involved? And I'm not talking about necessarily those that are inoperable, but those that you may have over that are still operable and maybe they haven't been given out.
Those are the ones that we do the lottery for. Those are the ones we do the lottery. We offer the lottery for the employees.
Okay.
Employees.
All right. So our employees. All right. So I would hope that our number one priority would be those areas that our children use, our recreation centers, and those types of things. Our employees are very important, of course, but I would think they would even agree that we want to give them to the highest point of need, and then kind of go from there. So, okay, all right. We got a plan, Madam Administrator?
I'm gonna go ahead real quick and acknowledge Commissioner Williams from District 5.
Oh, I made a motion.
Okay.
I
All right.
seconded it. And he seconded.
All right, so we got
I just had some questions and whatnot.
all right, so we got a motion and a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
I'm here.
All right.
I had the motion down. I was just waiting for you all. Okay, we're down to item number 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Agenda item for new contract with American Work LLC to provide treatment services to the Superior Court Accountability Court Program. This is considered an emergency procurement of service.
Wait a minute. All right. Let's see, do we have anybody up to speak?
Yeah, I want to know how much it's going to cost us if it's an emergency.
Or,
You know, a lot of folks say emergency.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you just state your name again, please, for the record.
Paige Ford with the Superior Court Accountability Court Programs.
Got it?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Paige Ford with the Augusta Judicial Circuit Superior Court Accountability Court Programs. Currently now we receive grant funding for our drug court, veterans court, and mental health court programs from the CACJ. This is impacting our veterans and drug court program. With our drug court and veterans program, we are currently receiving treatment services from Georgia Family Crisis Solutions. With our mental health, we're currently receiving and very satisfied with our services with American Work. So with the drug court and veterans court, we are seeking emergency funding for the $210,585 worth for a year contract. However, $144,000 of that will be paid for by grant funds, and $66,585 will be paid for by the circuit budget from the Superior Court. We are considering this emergency funding because we are not satisfied with the service and with the breach of contract. The initial contract that was signed last year in around May was had other owners of the company who held the licenses for providing the substance abuse treatment. The new owners who bought the treatment provider, they do not maintain those same licenses that we went on the initial contract with. Along with some other things in the contract, we're just not satisfied with their service, the lack of adequate treatment provided to our participants, staff not being prepared for court, communication issues, and treatment plans not being adequately provided to our staff or produced. What else would y'all like to hear from me?
Let's see. I've got a few in the queue. I'm gonna go starting with Commissioner Williams.
Okay.
Oh, did he? Okay. All right. I'm gonna go with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this. It's already budgeted. I mean, it's pretty much just a change of vendor, so motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I
Wait a minute. All right, before I do that, go ahead, Commissioner.
don't have a
Williams.
problem with that, but you said it's already budgeted? From where?
And it's
listed on the agenda item, Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I think.
Under finance.
Would you like for
Ms. Williams?
Director Williams to come forward, please?
Because I'm trying to figure out how can it be emergency and already be budgeted at the same time?
Took it out of 3 funds.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yes,
Just finding new.
it is already in the budget, just somebody else is currently providing that service. As Ms. Ford stated, that service is not being performed satisfactorily. So it is an emergency to change vendors, not an emergency to get more money, which is the reason I'm smiling.
That's a good answer.
Makes us smile, Director.
All right, I'm good. I'm ready to vote.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Okay, that concludes public safety. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ford, for speaking.